Hey guys, give me a second here. I'm getting these other cameras set up. In the office. Lauren. Okay, that's okay. Oh, shit. Looks like Jeremy's coming up now. We're going to do an interview with Jeremy to start out. He's coming up. I'll kind of hold him off for just a second while I get this set up again. There we go, main stream. Got that. Let's go full camera here. Looks like the rest of their gang just showed up. We'll grab another chair for when Nick gets up here. Kind of crowd in here and see what's going on. So you guys caught the tail end of Jeremy last night. We're kind of rushed to talk about some of the experiments. First off, tell me who you are, where you're from, the name of your group.
I am from New Haven, Indiana. New Haven is a suburb of Fort Wayne. And the name of our group is the Hoosiers Investigating New Ghost Society, which is that Nick?
He's coming, yeah. Just outside the door.
I thought I heard him knocking.
Come on in, if you're there. No, he's right here. Okay, we got several people.
Oh, and for the record, Michael Myers is my favorite killer.
What's that?
Notice in your Michael Myers mask?
Yeah.
He is my favorite killer.
You want me to close this completely, or?
It doesn't matter. I thought I saw Michael down there standing in the doorway, and I was teasing. I couldn't really tell. Hey, Sir X, how are you? So we got the guys in here from, again, you both are on the same team, right? You came in from Indiana also?
Oh, no, Illinois.
Or Illinois?
Yeah, from the Chicago area.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's totally fine. I run things of Illinois.
Here, come on over here a little bit. We'll get you into more of the camera view. There we go.
Oh, yeah, you got that.
Get all three of the stooges.
So the name of the group is the Hoosiers Investigating New Ghost Society, which is also known as Things.
I don't know if you guys can see it.
Things, yeah, I did notice that last night. Yeah.
And it started out as just a regular team out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, Fort Wayne area, and then we started kind of branching out. After a few years, it struck up a good personal and professional relationship with Adrian and her husband, Zach. And now Adrian is leading up Things of Colorado. And that was established 2 years ago.
So she moved here like 2 years ago? I didn't know that.
She moved here about a year and a half ago.
At least.
Yeah,
Okay.
from New Mexico.
All right. Not Illinois.
No,
No.
that's
Or
me.
Indiana. Okay.
No,
okay.
And believe me, she was not ashamed to say this. It was a big cultural shock for her.
To come here. Yeah.
Because she went from where it's like 100 degrees every day, including the winter time, to 30 inches of snow a year.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we heard every time it snowed. Oh, we heard about it. And then and Nick had
So she's
actually
not
been
liking the cold then, is that what I'm getting? She doesn't like the cold. She likes the warm?
She prefers the one. She's getting used to it. It's just, as with anything, it just takes a little time to get acclimated with everything.
Yeah, you'll have all 4 seasons sometimes in a day here.
Exactly.
We get that in our areas
We get it too. We get it too.
I remember one day about 15 years ago, we talked about this.
Yeah, we did.
One day about 15 years ago, I actually experienced all 4 seasons within an hour.
That's crazy.
That was a crazy ass day.
Yeah.
But anyway, so
All right.
about 2 years ago, Nick had his own team called Paranormal.
Well, the page was called Nick's Paranormal Force, but the actual team itself was called the Illinois Paranormal Force. So,
Get that out of
Keep
your-
the-
Keep it out of your face there. There we go.
but yeah, my page is called Nick's Paranormal Force, but the actual team name was Illinois Paranormal Force.
And how long were you guys formed?
We formed about 5 years ago, and things were kind of starting off, really well. But unfortunately, I think it was just really due to lack of interest. It was just not working out as much. But the other thing too was that we were actually trying to do something different compared to other paranormal teams. Although we were one main team, we actually had with what I would have called, paranormal sets, like smaller paranormal groups in different subjects of paranormal itself. So you had your cryptid group, your UFO group,
I see,
and I actually had a really good friend of mine.
Bigfoot group, maybe a cryptoid.
Yeah, I even had a really good friend of mine by the name of Tom McNicholas. He actually ran kind of a secondary paranormal group called the Northern Illinois Paranormal Association, which was
You
kind of
like big names, don't you?
yeah. Well, that was his idea, and that was kind of more like the second in command if IPF couldn't take. But he had a different name for it. It was a long name. And it was a really great paranormal name if you put it to begin with. It started with the letters ASAPS. So it was a great name like the full name. But if you put it all together with the initials, it was nothing but SAPS. We didn't want to be good as SAPS.
Yes, I have a serious question.
Uh-huh.
There's a table downstairs in one of the rooms, a big old table that comes from the Stratmore Hotel.
Yeah.
And all that.
Uh-huh.
Did you know that has a key lock on it?
Yeah. That actually, did you know anything about that table?
I kind of do, and I'm figuring it's also extra leaves.
It's it was originally the grand piano that they were putting into the hotel.
Okay,
And as they were bringing it over the wagon roads over the mountain pass, it slid off and basically just broke to pieces. And rather than discard it and call it a total loss, one of the carpenters was able to make it into the table that we see today.
Okay.
Beautiful table.
Right,
But it
it
was
is.
a grand piano.
well, I was looking at how
Originally.
thick the wood was, and we've seen that key, I'm like, wait a
Yeah,
second
if you
here.
reach underneath it, there's a space of about 5 or 6 inches there that's solid.
Yeah.
But it's a big drawer. You can
Okay,
pull that
all
drawer
right,
out.
that's what we were trying to figure that
Yeah.
out, because we seen on the top ledge where it was, there's a seam all the way down the top.
Uh-huh.
And we caught it, something about it caught our attention, so it's like, and we looked, I'm like, holy crap, there's that.
Yeah.
We gotta go find Dennis and ask if he, we
Yeah.
figured you already knew about it, but it was
Yeah,
just
we-
like, one of those weird things.
We asked the ladies downstairs, there's 2 ladies downstairs, and they weren't biased, and I was like, did you guys know that this is a trick table? Like, this table opens up? And the one that's been here for 12 years goes, no.
Yeah.
The audience here is telling all of you hello.
Yeah, they're saying hello to everybody.
We're live on Twitch.
Oh, on
Yeah.
Twitch?
Yeah.
That's what I was telling you, come over here.
in
You don't
and
get
introduce
on over.
yourselves. Yeah, my
So this here is Scott Smith. He is the longest member of the team.
And one of the oldest.
That's right. You only have one person on the team over there.
I'm still here to talk
this
about
is-
it.
right.
This here is Tammy. She's also an integral part of our team. Both are from the Fort Wayne area. And Jan here is one of the newest members of Things, specifically Things of Colorado.
Wow. So how many of you actually came in from Illinois? or Indiana?
It's just me. I came from Illinois.
And then,
And 3 of us from Indiana.
so you guys had to travel a bit to get here. How did you find out about the monastery? Through MeMe or?
From Adrian.
Adrian.
Oh, Adrian.
And as a matter of fact, when she was here the last time and she was doing that broadcast, I was actually helping out with, I was hosting that broadcast with them along with her husband, Zach.
Okay, I didn't know that she was broadcasting. So,
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
cool.
And-
So now you've got a bigger advantage because when she was here the first time, I didn't have Wi-Fi in the basement. They got you. Good job, there,
Dude, don't look at me. That wasn't my fault this time.
Okay, so just to let everybody know, this is the first time that he has had a jump scare that he did not create himself.
Good job there, Chris.
Yeah. But there's a long story behind that. It will be
Here we go again
So
with this damn
you
story.
guys gonna hang around for a couple of days here, or you just heading back home
We'll
like
leave
immediate?
it first thing in the morning.
Yeah,
Wow.
we'd love to stay for longer, but of course
So
we
if
gotta work.
If I get down to your neck of the woods, where's our favorite place to investigate?
Actually, a really popular place in Fort Wayne right
Well, I
now.
didn't say popular. I just want to know, because I like the off the beaten path stuff because they're and
Well, this one here just came into the paranormal community a couple of years ago. It's called the Bell Mansion.
okay,
It's gotten really, really popular. It used to be a funeral home at one time.
cool.
And I think it was an actual home for some
It was an
reason.
actual mansion for 20 years.
Yeah.
And then the people passed away. Mr. Bell passed away, and the family didn't want it. Funeral home had it for 90 years. Only did a little bit of conversion by putting a few walls up. They had a coffin room. They had some other room. John Dillinger's right-hand man actually went through that funeral home
Oh, yeah.
to the point that they had to falsify his funeral because people were wanting to get his body. But he went through, they buried him at night in one of the local cemeteries. And no funeral was, but they had it up, and they had a complete dummy in a closed casket because they said he was shot in the head, it was too grotesque for him. So they had the public going through there for that, and they buried that casket in some other location, just to not to draw the attention to what they from where you're at.
That's crazy. And funeral homes are I don't know why, because when I die, I'm not going to hang around a funeral home. I'm probably going to come back to a favorite place. Somewhere where I feel comfortable.
Well, what the thing is with the spirits, they're not exactly limited to just one place.
Right.
We have found that out over a lot of our investigations, and there have been a few times. Well, these guys haven't, but I have with another team that I work with closely, trying to do some experiments where we're trying to communicate with the same spirit at two different locations.
Yeah. Yep. And I've had spirits like I go down to the St. James Hotel in Cimarron, New Mexico, and I have spirits that will follow me from here down to there. I'm full-time RV, so I travel the United States and I look for haunted locations and I do a lot of abandoned exploration. I may take you to the biggest ball of twine in Kansas. Who knows what the hell I'm going to do? Hence my name. What's up, Grant? You just got to drop in
We
and
live
see
the
what I'm
same
up to.
life, I
Yeah.
understand.
Now, as far as off the beaten path, there's probably 100 places that he knows alone, just in the Fort Wayne area.
Well, if I get up in your neck of the
Hey,
woods,
Dennis.
we'll be giving you a buzz for sure.
Absolutely, you'd be more than welcome to come out.
Well, the other thing too, I should probably just bring up, since you brought up the Bell Mansion, I'm actually going to be heading over there next weekend because actually, again, that same friend of mine, Tom, we're going not just for an investigation, but their film. We've been invited by an investigator by the name of Keith H, who's shooting
I
a
know
documentary.
Keith. I've known Keith for 20 years.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, we're meeting up with him next weekend. He's shooting a documentary series. I don't know if you know of anything about it, but he and I, Tom and I, are going to be in that. I don't know if we're going to be interviewed, but I know we're going to be in this documentary. So it'll be our
Grant
first.
says hi. He knows. Yeah, we've had some wild times.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Them and the Booth brothers, we cut
Yep.
up for a while.
And I'll be seeing them in a few weeks at SilCon in Central Illinois.
Yeah. Chris and Philip both. good people.
So to go along with what we were talking about with his old team, he has folded that team. And when he did, that was when I decided to jump on it and offer him a spot on the actual Things team, even though he's not in Indiana. And just not even a month ago, I asked him about forming an Illinois chapter of Things like I did with Adrian for Colorado. And he accepted, and now
Cool.
Things is covering 3 states.
So make sure that we get your. In fact, if you want to type in your web address here, so everybody can find you and or any of your streaming channels, let us know and
Well, this first one here that I'm giving you is the team website.
Okay.
And then make sure I get all that spelled correctly. I do. And this one here is the central hub for
Okay.
For the investigation.
Yeah, I'll catch up with you this evening.
Okay, see
Stop
you guys
in
a little
later
bit.
and tell me some more stories if you want to.
Will do. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry
I
to
thought it was
interrupt, but
pretty
good seeing everyone.
interesting about that table. I really did. Him and I both stopped at that table and we're like, there's something about this room.
Do you get any, you're the psychic, right?
I'm the medium, yes. I get.
Well, they're the same, aren't they? The psychic medium.
See, I think
Where's the differentiation?
Hey, you know what? I don't even prefer medium. I just work with energy.
I prefer large or extra large, but.
I do. In that room, it's very interesting. And both Scott and I stopped there, and we.
It was at this moment he knew.
okay, so,
But it was
Okay,
very.
so I
it's
have
very
to
strange,
ask.
just pausing.
So, are you Chris?
Yes,
That's it.
That
Okay.
is Chris. Okay,
yeah, Chris. Uh-huh.
approved him now. So,
You're in.
Well, you know, you're in trouble.
and
You
also
regret
this
that one.
Yeah, they just confirmed it.
this next one
All right, we'll catch
that I'm
back up
putting
with you.
out.
Okay, guys.
All right, take
Yeah.
care.
You have a
Okay.
good one.
We'll see you in a
We'll catch up
little
with
bit.
you guys later. And now this next one that I'm putting out is actually the podcast channel that I own. It's
Okay.
called the Things Network.
And do you have a weekly show or kind of, I'm kind of random. You never know. Everybody says, put it down on the schedule, but I'm shitty with schedules. I hate appointments, I get anxiety.
There were actually upwards of about, I think, 25 shows right now on the network. We just formed it almost 2 years ago. We used to be part of another network, and things were going on, and we didn't want to be associated with them, so we broke away, formed our own. In fact, it was actually Jan's idea for me to form Things Network, so I did. And Nick has his own show called The Nick Files, and it's sort of like a classroom thing where he is educating the audience about a whole lot of different things. It is not necessarily just paranormal stuff, but a lot of history and all kinds of stuff. Sometimes he will do locations. In fact, just last week he did one on this.
Yep, as a matter of fact.
On the monastery.
So what I do a lot of times on the show, I'm starting to try to become more flexible, where instead of me always choosing the locations or events, I also take in requests from people. Now I can't guarantee if I can get it all completed all in the nick of time, because some of these places have a lot of history to them.
Right.
So, but what I also do too, but mainly the requests I usually take are people, and it's not just for myself or Jeremy or anyone in our group. It's for any paranormal investigator group where they're about to investigate a location. They want to know the history of the place. And I actually call them precursor episodes. So, which I usually will air either the
And
week.
this one here was the first one, wasn't it?
There was the
How
first.
did I score?
No, it was the first for us, but there was one previous one. That was when Brad went to check out that opera house down in Kentucky.
Okay.
But yeah, but it still technically was the first. So I would have done it earlier this week because, like I said, sometimes I do it like the week, like if they're going to do it on a Saturday night. But because since we were on the road, I had to do it the week beforehand.
Well, what I'll do is bring you guys back in on my Twitch stream some night, and just that way we don't have any time constraints.
Yeah.
And hear more about what you guys do and where you're doing it and stuff that you're sharing with me now.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we're available.
And
almost
I'd be happy to
anytime.
jump on one of your podcasts and bullshit your crowd too,
Actually, I've been thinking about that because we have a show, myself, Nick, Adrian, and also a very good friend of ours, Eileen Jones, who has her own team called Backroads Paranormal in Mississippi. We have a show called Supernatural Talk on Thursday nights at 8 Eastern, which is 6 your time.
Right.
We run for about 2 hours, And our shows are very random. Sometimes we'll have a guest, sometimes we won't. And here, for the upcoming weeks, we've been working on getting some guests, and I've been thinking about getting you on so that you can educate everybody on the entire history of this thing, and maybe even fill in some spots that he didn't get.
Yeah, because when you're researching such locations, you can only get so much information from the
Right.
web from the.
And then you got to question the information you're getting too.
Well, and what I also do too, and I just did this with another location, because I always let, when it comes to certain locations where if we're friends like with the owners of the place, I'd like to notify them to let them know that what's going on. And then afterwards, and I did this with the last location, I asked them, did I say in the slideshow, was everything accurate? Was it correct? Unfortunately, in this case, she told me most of it was, but there was some additions that needed to be added.
Okay.
And so I was more than, and of course, even if it's more work, I was willing to help out and, make corrections basically to make sure it sounds legitimate,
Right,
so
right.
so I'm telling the stories correctly.
Well, I like that because that's what I am. I'm about integrity,
Yes.
And if I mislead you, I've done all my research as best I can, and maybe I got some bad information. I'll be the first one to come to you and say, hey, I screwed up. That's not true. Here's the
Yeah.
here's what I found out since.
And these are
And that doesn't happen often because I never make mistakes.
Yeah, well, these are slideshows that even though I they're all brand new, that doesn't mean I'll ever do them again. I will probably do it again on a later base at a later time or something like that.
Uh-huh.
So if there was a mistake, I can definitely correct it and then broadcast it again do it again at a later time.
Okay, I'm going to have to do a shout out. Whoever Scooby Snacks is, I already like this person because I've got Scooby Doo right here.
Scooby Snacks is in the
So,
house.
hello.
Yeah. Make sure you check out their links. And by the way, guys, right now we're not only streaming on Twitch, we're streaming on Kick, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube all at once.
Awesome.
So that's actually how we do it on our shows or on Facebook,
You
YouTube,
got to hit send.
Twitch.
You didn't hit the key to post your comment.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're looking it up.
I'm
okay.
actually trying to.
And I know we're digressing all over the place because I know you guys are kind of anxious to get going. And I want to hear what you're going to do tonight, and I want to hear from you, Nick.
Yes.
What the hell happened last night in the chapel? So, where you guys want to start?
Well, first of all,
and that's not. I mean, I'll sit in here all night and talk with you, but you're not going to get any investigating done. So.
I'm hoping this is the correct link for the Things Network channel on YouTube. Because if you look at Things Network, you're going to find something called The Things Network, which is not us. We are just Things Network. And I hope. Keep him coming! Keep him coming! Keep him coming! We like scaring this guy.
Let's check that link right now.
Yep, that's the
that
one.
worked.
That's the one.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is our YouTube channel. So for Things Network, every one of our show hosts they stream onto Facebook. This is what happens when you fall asleep in the van.
Oh my God.
I could spend all night here.
I could too. I bet we could.
So anyway, so all of our shows are streaming on Facebook. Some of them stream also onto YouTube, and some of our others we have Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, LinkedIn. I'm also trying to work on getting a thing set up on Rumble. I did try. What was the one that I did try, but it did not work?
Vimeo.
Vimeo. I tried on Vimeo, did not work. Eventually, the plan is to get a website built and have one of those, I forget what they call it.
Now you got him going.
Bring out the bell bottoms. Eventually, I'm planning on having a website for Things Network, and our show host can stream onto that. Because to be quite honest, I think Facebook's going to die
Yeah.
sooner or later.
Well, it already is. It's an old man's platform. It's my platform because the kids are doing Snapchats and
Well, it's not only
TikToks.
it's not only that, but it's the way that they're operating things and banning people for the stupidest things. Eventually, Facebook is going to fall.
Yeah, we won't get into the politics side because I definitely have my opinion about that, but we won't go there.
Well, were we also
Oh,
gonna try?
I'm not afraid to give you my opinion on it. I'll tell you.
Well, were we also going to try to get something together also on TikTok as well, or whatever
Yes,
happened? with that?
Things Network does have a thing on TikTok, but the problem is we need to have 1,000 followers
Right.
to go live. Right now, we're sitting at 770 something.
There you go, guys. Put your TikTok up there
So-
and make sure that they everybody go in and follow them, help them out, get that 1,000.
More we get, the better.
That's what we're about, is helping each other out here.
Check and see if that's the right one. It is.
Okay,
So we're at 775 followers.
you guys want to see it over here? then-
Yeah.
Yeah.
There.
Whoa, that's pretty cool.
I like that.
That's awesome.
What? Oh, this is Streamlabs. Okay.
Yeah. So you just set it up.
See, we use StreamYard when we do our shows.
And
Well, I do. He don't.
like
He doesn't.
if I want to change the
Wait,
cams.
you do use Streamlabs?
You. Oh no, you use OBS.
Well, I have OBS,
Well,
but yeah.
OBS is Streamlabs.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so
So anyway, to go live on TikTok right now, that's only me, and that is for our supernatural talk shows, and that's actually going live on my personal TikTok, which if you want to find me there, it is the Paranormal Adonis. Do not ask me about the name. I did not pick it. So right now I am streaming live there until we get 1,000 followers for the network, and then I'll stop doing that on my own page and switching over to the network page because I do want to build that up.
So all your streaming involves Nick as well, right? I mean,
No, he
or
has
do you
his,
have separate platforms?
he has his own shows.
Okay.
And it's not just Supernatural Talk and the Nick Files. It's going to sound hard to believe. I actually,
Well, type your
He's on
Information.
about 20 different shows.
well, really 5. I also do 2 shows that are in association with 2 show hosts from the UK, which it's interesting. The other shows I do are different, so it's not like we're talking about the same thing over and over again. So to make it, try to put it as short as I can. On Tuesday nights, I do a show called Fear Fans with one of my best friends, Don Elmy. He lives in the Chicago area, and we talk about like horror movies. Then
Thanks for the biddies there, Sir X.
Wednesday, I do the Nick Files. Thursday, I also do Supernatural Talk. But earlier that day, I do another show called To the Grave and Back with an investigator by the name of Lois from Scotland, along with an investigator from Oklahoma and also one from Kentucky named Rosie and Grizzly Chris. And then finally on Fridays, I reunite once again with Lois from Scotland and do a show, which To the Grave and Back is more of a crime-related show. And then finally, The Frighteners, which is the one on Friday, I reunite with Lois along with 2 other investigators from the UK. And we have guests on, but we also, it's kind of our jokeful show. We just have fun, kind of like Supernatural
You have
Talk.
a hodgepodge, kind of like me, so I could see the name already. What's up, Sonny?
And also, I have 2 additional shows myself. One is called The 13th Dimension, which is what brought me into the podcast world. And I'm not even the one who actually came up with the idea of doing that. One of my dear friends from back home had actually thought that I used to be a radio show host. And he asked me about doing something with him. Yeah, I would like to do one, but I've never done a show like that before. So I don't know what you're thinking about. And eventually it led into becoming the 13th Dimension, which just exploded. And then we had 4 co-hosts at one time, and then the 3 of them ended up having to back off because of personal things going on with all 3 of them. And Nick came on for a short time to be.
Sounds kind of kinky to me.
Well, the 3 of them and I, we are still very close with each other. We check in on each other. It's just that their personal lives have taken them away from being able
Sure,
to do
I get
podcasts.
that. I get that.
So
Shit
Nick
happens.
stepped in for a short while, and then at one time, 13th Dimension was just going to be done. It was not going to continue on, and then I decided to take, because after 13th Dimension was done, he picked up all of these extra shows. So I decided for a short time to do 13th Dimension by myself because I wanted to test myself on my abilities to be a successful solo host, and did fairly well with it. And then I have another show that is called Marks on Wrestling, where a good
Where
friend
do you
of
guys
mine.
find this time? I want to
Well,
know. I guess it's ambition. I don't have any.
For me personally, I don't work right now due to an accident that I had at work. Almost 2 years ago, it destroyed half my face, and I'm still having surgeries. In fact, I'm currently waiting on having my next surgery, which is surgery number 9, I think. It's 9 or 10. I'm waiting on it to be approved by the workman's comp, and we're going to start working on my nose, and that one there is going to take 2 to 4 surgeries, depending on which way we go after this first one.
Wow.
So I've got all the time in the world to be able to do shows, but right now I'm only doing Supernatural talk. I've got 13th Dimension on hiatus and Marks on Wrestling, which is my friend Don Martin from Southern Paranormal in Mississippi. We talk about the business of wrestling because both of us grew up big time wrestling fans.
Okay.
And for me, it is such a refresher to talk about something other than the paranormal. Because eventually it does get old. Because you hear a lot of the same stories from different people. So that's why Don and I did March on Wrestling, and right now that is also on hiatus.
See, I've been doing this since the late 70s, so it's like
That's before either one of us.
there have been times where I've burned out, and I don't want anything paranormal.
Right.
Well,
Deal
that's
with it, do anything. So I'll go fly my drone, or I'll go fishing, and I'll film. Abandoned exploration is not really paranormal. It's just, and I enjoy that. But I get to the point where I just kind of burned out and don't even want to talk. So I get that.
That's why I started up March on Wrestling. And even though I said I'm currently not working, I'm still under employment with the work that I had my accident with. But even though I'm not working, I still am working because now I'm putting all of my energy into writing books. And just last week, I finished writing my 3rd book.
Wow.
I'm currently looking for a publisher, right? And right now I'm working on a memoir that's kind of talking about everything due to the accident. And once I get home from all this traveling, because I'm working on the memoir during this whole trip, because it's the fastest thing that I can write through. Just the other day, I wrote 2,000 words in 90 minutes. That's, and after I get back home, I am going to start working on my next novel.
See, and I wanted to also comment about, but doing these shows too, like when you said about, when you talk about it so much, that's kind of almost, as I see it, the purpose of for me of doing these different 5 shows, because we're talking about something different each time. We're not talking, yes, we might make a few mentions about it, but we're not going to fully get into the same subject over and over again.
Yeah. One of the reasons I've asked you guys upstairs here,
Is
and
what are we
we're
doing
kind of
here?
coming around full circle here. What's cool for me sitting here at the monastery is I have interactions with tons of paranormal groups from tons of different backgrounds. Everything from YouTubers that have, like overnight, they have 6 million followers or subs on their YouTube channel.
We're not.
Some that
anywhere
have
near
millions,
that.
some that have hundreds of thousands, and some that are just getting started and rolling and maybe have 100. But the cool thing is I like what you guys are doing, and I like the idea of out of the box thinking, and that's what brought you up here tonight. And I'm kind of leading into that. I want you to explain some of the stuff that you have planned tonight. The experiment I explained to them earlier today with the dog whistles last night that we watched. That was pretty cool. Explain kind of some of that stuff.
So first of all, last night, we were actually looking for one of your cameras down there so that we can do it in front of the camera, but we couldn't find it.
Oh, I watched the whole thing. Yeah, I watched you doing it in the hallway though.
So you probably saw us looking around, wandering, trying to figure out, okay, where are we going before we got to work. So what we did yesterday was a dog whistle experiment. And for those of you who did not join us last night, I'll explain to you briefly about.
Sir X, could you pop up that clip of that last end clip from last night when they were in that hallway? The link, and I'll just put it up there for everybody.
And throw in another jump scare for Nick.
I don't get the sinking feeling you were going to say that.
For those of you who were not with us last night, 3 years ago, actually, I think it's close to 4 years now.
Yeah.
I came up with this concept of using the dog whistle, and the whole point of doing that, it was trying to communicate with spirits and seeing how well that works. It turns out there is a negative effect on them. They don't like it, they get aggressive, or they will flee the area. And okay.
That's all outside the door here at the stairs.
Okay, this is live.
Yeah.
Okay, so I started thinking about this. Okay, what can I do with this? How can I take this completely unexpected result and push forward with that? Then I talked to my good friend John Griffin II, who we talked about last night with him and his brother. John Griffin is head of UNI Research, which is, I will. And then he is working on a documentary called Paranormal Puzzle, which I am a part of. Very proud to be a part of it. And it was actually through Paranormal Puzzle that gave me the idea of one of the experiments that I'm going to do tonight. But first with the dog whistle, it has a very negative effect on the other side. They do not like it. And one of two things almost always happens. They will flee the area and the entire room or even the entire location is dead. Or they will get aggressive and they have actually scratched people, grabbed people, and in one case, flooded somebody's emotional senses to the point where he had an anxiety attack and actually had to leave the building. It's a surreal thing, and now last night we did this thing where we had 7 of us.
Yeah, we're about 6 or 7 of us.
Hey Kai, how are you? I guess that's what it is. Can't really. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us.
Glad to have you.
We're with things.
Just things.
Just things, yeah.
Yeah, these two things.
There's things of Colorado, things of Illinois, things network.
Things
All kinds of things.
Universal?
Things, it's now Things Paranormal Universe.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
still things either way.
So they're
Sure.
investigating tonight here at the Holy Cross Abbey, and he's
Sure.
explaining what he did with one of the out-of-the-box experiments you pulled last night with the dog whistles.
So with the dog whistle, we strategically placed each person throughout this long hallway each one of them had a whistle, and then he said he can't pull up the clips right now.
Okay.
And then we also had REM pods and EDI meters,
K2s,
K2, yep, Scott's K2.
Yeah, 'cause I saw-
millimeters.
I saw him lined up in the hallway
Yeah,
there.
they-
What was the stuffed animal?
That was
That
a
was
REM
my
pod.
Care Bear.
It's the like the
And
Boo
that-
Bears, yeah.
That
Okay.
is a REM pod.
Now, there was one that was going off constantly. It seemed to be in the middle of the.
That was your EDI, I think.
Yeah, that was the EDI. And then there was another one, what's known as the Rook. That was, well, you can't see it under night. It's a red flashing light. So those two were going off. The
Was
K2.
it sitting up on a chair?
No.
No, that was
The K2?
that was the tri-field meter. That one I didn't actually had set in time. So it was when I picked it up. I mean, not just because I picked it up, but
Because I thought it was something was flashing on that chair.
wasn't it?
no, I don't. No, that was the EMF meter. That was the cell sensor one.
Okay. So the whole idea with this one, what we did with everybody placed, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 feet apart. We had one person there start the whistle, then the next one started, and the next one started, to the point where all of us are blowing the whistles, but in sequential order. I wanted to test out to see if something is over here. The guy's blowing his whistle, he moves out, thinks he's at a safe distance, then that person blows the whistle. We're trying to see if we can get this thing to move.
And it would be verified by each device going off as it
Exactly.
moves.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. That was the whole. In fact, I actually did a variation of that same experiment at Waverly Hills 2 years ago. Had some great results from that one. But with that one, it was just me in the center of the access tunnel, death tunnel, body chute, whatever you guys want to call it. I was at the very center of it. I was the only one with the whistle, but I had two people every so many feet, one on the ramp and one on the stairs, so that if something were to go through, they had to go through somebody instead of trying to get around them. And then with them, they also have their own REM pods and EMF meters and everything. And a lot of the EMF meters were going crazy.
Yeah, they were. They really were.
Yeah. One person started getting real dizzy and lightheaded.
Yep.
Something went right through him. It was. I was not expecting it to be a success. When I do experiments, I expect to get absolutely nothing.
Mhm.
I was so happy to be let down on that one. I was so happy to be let down because the result that we got from that was phenomenal. And then last night, we were getting some results from that.
Oh,
and
we
people-
definitely did.
I didn't see it, but I think Scott was seeing shadows moving.
Scott,
around.
and so was Jan.
Jan,
Well, I
Yeah.
see in the camera somebody would be motioning up and pointing and stuff. And you just had big cheeks. You were blowing this. You were blowing your little heart out.
Well, we were really blowing them like.
And I know everybody was blowing hard on those whistles because those whistles have an effect on my hearing aids.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so when a certain whistle is being blown, I am hearing like somebody is
Something?
popping those bubble pop
Oh, yeah.
Oh, like
Those
bubble
sheets.
wrap.
in this ear.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay.
it affects my hearing aid. It gets crazy.
Okay.
So tonight,
Here we go,
when-
guys.
Yeah.
Tonight.
Luckily, it's not something that's painful. I'm just aware of it. So it's not that it bothers me, it hurts me, or anything. So it's all good. I think I saw a bat flying.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah,
I've seen
there's been
bats
several
flying
of
around.
them. Yeah.
On the fourth and third floor. Yeah,
still
there's
in from
another
last
one.
night.
So tonight we're going to do that particular experiment early, so that we can have everybody who's here involved, and we're going to tackle the hallway that we were in last night and the hallway down the way that's
This hallway
parallel
here?
to it.
Oh, bats, another bat or?
Oh, I don't know. There's a lot of dust
There's
around
two
here,
hallways
too.
down there that run the same direction.
This and then the potato cellar, they're kind of side by side. Just on the other side of this wall here,
Yeah, you got
then it's.
you got that hallway as soon as you come down from the stairs,
Mhm.
and then you go down this hall.
The crawler was hanging over the
Yeah.
wall.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys never saw a picture of that drawing. This was when MeMe was here the last time. This is what they saw. It's right here.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll let you guys see that too. Switched it over for them to see. But yeah, that's
Holy
what they're
crap.
saying. And not only it's been spotted by, I think, 9 other people now, and as recent as a week and a half ago, and that's where the red eyes got added, because it did have solid black eyes from the guy that drew this, which was Enigmatic Explorers out of Mississippi, and they were investigating with MeMe on back in March, and that's
Yep,
when we saw
I
that.
know who Enigmatic Explorers are.
Okay,
Yep.
okay, yeah.
So that with the red eyes, was that from a picture that they took?
That he got home later that morning when he got out of bed, he sketched that out.
So he saw that with
He
his
drew
own
that.
eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, him and Mimi, Adrian, and of course Paul's wife
Angie.
and there was one other gal with him, I think, and all 5 of them said, "Oh hell no, we're done." Yeah.
Yeah, Adrian could not wait to tell me about the stuff that was going on down in the basement. And I told her if I ever get here, that's where I want to
Right.
go.
Okay,
so
tonight.
we're going to be tonight we're going to be doing pretty much the same thing what we did last night in that hallway, but we're also going to do the same thing in the other hallway to try to do a flanking action on it. Try to surround this thing and see what happens there.
Do you guys have Discord? Either of you do any Discord? Because if you have Discord on your phone, I can use your phone to live stream it. If you're down there, then it turns into a microphone, and I can add it into the stream. And while you guys are doing that, I can hear the audio, see the video, and do everything. And the one thing I was going to suggest to you, my friend is ghostlightco.com, and he builds me all these lights or stuff that he's built. And he does it professionally. And one thing I saw you running around with the camera last night. This is a setup that he made special for me, and now he sells them. But this is I said I wanted something.
We're not quite that fancy.
I told him I want something that emulates IR light. When you hook your phone in there, you can turn this up or turn it down, and when you're filming, it looks like you're filming in IR.
Oh, that would be
Not
great.
only that, it's got this thing over here, this little port. You can plug that into your phone and keep your phone charged while you're
Oh,
streaming.
perfect.
And when you set it down, it's got a little tripod.
Yeah, definitely. That would be great.
So his link is ghostlightco.com. Anyways, he goes full spectrum. He'll do white light. I've got all these white light setups and IR lights, different IR lights. Just a little plug for Rich, but for you especially, it's well worth, because he does, and it's lifetime. If you have any issues, he'll send it back. And
Yeah, sure.
He'll repair it.
Okay,
and stuff
now,
like
Chris, the whole thing about the crawler might not like it. That's kind of the whole point.
I'll just put the link in.
There we
that.
go.
Oh, Ghost Light, yeah. So I'll link that up.
Stream Elements, who's that?
So that's his my friend. He's the other geezer. We're the pair of geezers,
Okay.
and that's him there. But this is his site, so you can check out his different lighting and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm actually glad to see this because I have been working on another division of things called the Things Family, and there are different divisions, actually very much like what Nick was doing with the paranormal force, but with him, it was more covering just the Chicago area.
Yeah, it was more locally.
And what I'm doing with the Things family is covering the global aspect, and it covers everything you can think of under the paranormal spectrum: ghosts and hauntings, cryptids, aliens. We have psychic mediums listed as well. I also have tech builders that are listed. And the whole point of the Things family is, if anybody needs help in whatever way, they can go to that, which is.
Oh wait, you got it.
Oh,
There we go.
So I need a sack full of hundreds, can they help?
what?
A sack full of hundreds. I need, I'll take a sack full of 50s, I'm not choosing, if they want to.
Family.
Hopefully that is the right link, right?
Should be.
Okay. Let's make sure just to be on the safe side.
I've only been working on it so
Yep.
much. Yep.
Yep, this is it.
So when you check that out, it mainly started for those who needed help with hauntings. And at one time, I had 50 teams listed on there, spanning the country and other countries in Europe. I had at least one or two in Australia, but I had completely revamped it so that I have not only just the hauntings part, but cryptids. I also got listed for, there's nobody listed for cryptids, but I do have a listing for exorcists. There's two people there's two people there.
Oh, I know Long too, yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
and Sean Whittington, he is
Yeah.
actually one of our show hosts on the network.
Okay, yeah.
He has a show on Monday night and Tuesday
Friday.
nights.
I thought you also did one on Friday afternoons.
Friday night. Monday night and Friday night, yeah. My brain gets scattered. I don't have anything in locations yet.
Okay.
But yeah, I got 10
You guys are
different.
grabbing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got, in fact, go down to this one right here, the tech builders. And I've got some businesses here. This Brad Webb here, he is actually almost like our personal equipment builder. Several things that I have, several things that Nick has, and I think Adrian has some stuff
Yeah, I
too.
think she's got some stuff.
Yeah, so this is actually Brad Webb, but it's Cracked Skull Paranormal. Check him out for sure. And I'll definitely get this Ghostlight Company put in. Just need to figure out what state they are from.
They use cookies.
Yeah, it's still under construction, however.
Yeah.
Now, you saw too, what's even interesting out of all the teams and stuff was that there was even a Storm Chasers division of things. Yeah.
I
That's
got
way
one
cool.
person listed
Yeah.
there. So I the main focus of things is helping people and getting answers. That is the main purpose of things. There is sometimes we like to go out and have fun at places, but we also take this very, very seriously.
Yes.
Did you see how easy it was to get them to switch rabbit trails there? Because we were talking about the basement and the experiment tonight, and now we're back in.
Yeah. So back to the experiment. The whole point with the crawler, Mr. Big Bad Guy.
Hey,
So-
Batch!
So we're going to see what happens. And
That's 3 times already, damn it.
Oh, very good, very
if you're
good.
going to have a heart attack, go out that way. We don't need any live
I'm
heart
just-
attacks.
I'm concerned because I'm the one that has to clean up the puddles.
Yeah, you did, Chris, and I do appreciate that. So we're going to see what happens. And it,
Continue, Jeremy. Don't mind me.
I am so glad someone else is scaring you other than you. So we're gonna see what happens with that, and the dog whistle is continuously experimental. I've got a grand end game for it that nobody knows about it because I want to keep testing this thing out to see if the theory that I have is even plausible. And that may still take a couple more years. But I do have other people.
Are you gonna revisit that tonight, or that was last night and tonight you're gonna do
Last
something
night,
with the
tonight,
fog?
that's all part of my personal data collecting experiment.
Okay, what about the fog light?
The fog. So,
Or the fog machine,
in
sorry.
we're gonna be doing this thing.
This will go into infamy, guys. Here we go.
Oh no. Oh.
Mr. Big Bad Guy. So we're going to see what happens. And
That's 3 times already, damn it.
No living it down now, brother.
he was so scared he had to hide his face behind a microphone. So anyway, back to the serious side of things, pun intended. So what we're going to do is, with that first hallway where we were doing the experiment last night, we're also going to be using that place for the fog machine. And the goal is, if it's attainable, we're going to try to fill the entire hallway with fog.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
We're gonna have the fog on the one side shooting one way, and we're gonna have a laser grid on the other end shooting the other way. And then Adrian is going to be facing towards the laser grid, trying to take pictures. I'm gonna have like a little laser pin, little red laser pin, kind of, I guess you could say, color in the picture, which is something that I also got from John Griffin. It was actually his brother's idea to do something like that. And we have done that as a team. Myself, Tim, and Crystal have done that at a couple different places, but it's still an experimental stage, but involving long exposure pictures.
Now, you said you had an example on your phone. So you got your phone with you tonight. You tried to show me last night, but you didn't have your phone with you.
That was, no, I was gonna try to get the picture, what John got with his
Oh,
brother.
okay, yeah. I thought maybe you could.
Yeah, as far as our stuff, I don't have any of that stuff on my phone.
As
I
long
try
as
to keep
you're-
everything off my phone because I don't want it taking up so much space.
If you're, yeah, you gotta save that for the porn, right?
Yeah, let's go with that.
So you can see my cameras here. So that's the potato cellar, the basement hallway, the slaughter room, and then the room with the chair. So if you're in any of those rooms, we'll be able to see what you're doing. But it sounds like you're going to be in that hallway, right at the top over in this area here, because that's the potato cellar door. That's where that thing is hanging over the door.
Yeah, is that an actual video? Because that looks like somebody standing down
Yeah,
there.
it's not. They
Okay.
have that other casket standing on end over here, and it does give you that illusion. But it does look like there's somebody back here.
I know
in
it does.
The cafeteria, because there shouldn't be any light at the end of that hallway.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking somebody is probably downstairs right now in that cafeteria area, and that's a place that's a dead spot for me. I hope to get a camera down there, but that's what's creating the illusion here.
So now we need to find out if that person likes macaroni and cheese or Salisbury steak.
Exactly, and what time's dinner, and
Right.
and what are we having for dessert, for Christ's sakes? These things are important.
German chocolate cake. That's the only dessert.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
triple chocolate.
Inquiring minds need to know.
So
Yeah,
anyway,
there's somebody
we're gonna
down
be
there, 'cause I can
We're
see
going to be
that
trying that, taking pictures, and see if anything comes up and breaks the beams.
Okay.
It's never a guarantee that anything is ever going to work. In fact, that's one of my mottos when it comes to the paranormal field. Nothing is a guarantee.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
You can sit here and hope to see all the apparitions you want, but they're not going to show just because you want to see
Exactly.
one.
Exactly.
And sometimes, some nights they're on fire, and other nights you'll never hear a peep.
And if I have time, I am going to try to do some things in Abby's room. I think that's the one. Okay, that's the one with the doll in the chair. But there's also a room.
I just added that camera today.
There's also a room up there on the top floor that's got a doll laying on the floor.
That's right next to Abigail. Somebody put that in that room
Yeah.
right there.
So I've got some children's toys with me. One is a bicycle air horn that,
Right?
and then also I have a ball with a beaded outer shell, so that when it rolls, you're gonna hear it.
Okay.
And then of course I have my Care Bear REM pod, and I don't know of any child that does not like the Care Bears.
Well,
I don't want to hear what. And then also I have my own doll. Her name is Lucy, and I'm going to see if maybe a child spirit would like to interact with her. And Lucy is
Lucy?
she has a very interesting history. What are you doing?
I was trying to figure that
Thank you,
out
Chris.
myself. There we go.
Yeah, so Lucy, I'll just give a very quick thing because I have been rambling on for 5 hours now.
Everyone gather around, I have an announcement to make. Go, magic kids, that's what you want to read. Gather around, everybody gather around, please.
Why did that one voice sound like Beavis?
Sound like who?
Yeah, I heard that. I'm wondering what it is.
It's an announcement. What's up, Dennis? I have an announcement.
Shut
Please, Dennis.
I'd like to
What
announce
is-
that Jeremy has an announcement.
He's got an even better announcement than that.
And he has to make an announcement to say that he has an announcement that I'm having an announcement. But that's all. That's a joke. And Adrian,
that's my
you
announcement.
have just come at the right time.
No, I haven't.
Oh, yeah. that's
Were
pretty
you
cool.
watching?
No.
Well, I had literally just brought Lucy up.
This is so
I
cool,
just
guys.
brought.
This
so-
is crazy. This
So,
doll.
ladies and gentlemen, please meet Lucy. Check her out.
She has an announcement to make.
So, oh yeah, we got a guy named Chris on here who's been doing these jump scares, and he's been jumping 5 feet off of
3 times.
3 times.
What's he doing?
It's this thing that he's able to do. Hey, just so that you have a warning, Chris, can you do a jump scare for us really quick to demonstrate for Adrian, please? Speaking of which, this here is Adrian Clayton. She is the one who is head of Things of Colorado. And she is also the one who has arranged the investigation here at the Abbey.
Yeah, that's enough to scare
Damn it,
you.
I was expecting that. I didn't realize it was going to be, it was a
That's
different
what's been
sound.
coming.
Yeah, that's enough to scare you.
Yeah, I knew it was coming. I didn't know it was going to be a different sound.
Oh, we got it clipped again.
That's 4 times already.
So anyway, Lucy here, she was found inside of a Masonic temple in Salina, Kansas about 3 years ago.
3 years ago.
3 years ago. She was found in a safe on the 4th floor. Nobody knows who put her there. Nobody knows why she was put there.
She's the only
And
thing there.
nobody knows when she was put there.
And now you have it. That's a
And
creepy.
as you can see, somebody had actually cut off the top of her head. And if you hear that rattling, there's a lot of junk in there. And there's a film strip, fishbone, a screw.
Mushrooms.
Looks like some sort of a,
It's a string and a whippet.
yeah, metal gasket. There's all kinds of crazy stuff in here.
Anybody know anything
knows
about that?
Nobody knows the story behind her, but I suspect that she was used for ritual practices because, as we all know, the Masons, they do some weird shit in their buildings, and I think that she was one of their
Like a time capsule.
no, not a time capsule, but for rituals and also possibly maybe even for conjuring.
Kind of like a voodoo doll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like almost kind of like similar to what's that called?
So while he's thinking about it,
Jello.
Like necromancy in a way.
So nobody knows the story behind her, but you can definitely tell by looking at her with the dress. This doll was loved by a child.
She was made in 1868, I believe. I checked the back of the
But even the face has been peeled away a little bit and
Yes.
stuff.
Yeah.
carved and painted.
That's crazy.
Eyes replaced by screws.
You know what? Actually, I'm wearing this hat right now.
You wear what? Oh.
Ghostbusters hat.
Oh damn! I was hoping that
Okay,
would be
my YouTube just got demonetized. That's a copyrighted song.
So anyway, the ladies that run the temple, they were just going to throw her away, and they contacted either you or
Me.
Jan. You, okay? They were going to throw her away, and Adrian said no, send her to me. So they shipped Lucy out to her, and she kept her for a year and a half.
Yeah, she stayed on my bed.
Yeah.
She stayed on my headboard
Then and
till I got married, and he said no way.
So last year I went to go visit her and Zach because I was on my way out to Las Vegas for a national bowling tournament because I am a big time bowler. I was going to stay at their house for 4 days. And the day I get
Turned
there,
into a month. She said, "You gotta go."
it was sort of like that. Adrian was showing me where I was going to be sleeping while I was there, and she said, "I'm also going to show you what you're going to be taking home." I was like, "Oh, I'm taking something home with me." Okay. So she leads me into the room, and she said, "That's what you're taking home." And I turned around, and there Lucy was sitting on top of a
That's
shelf.
so cool. That's a cool story.
It really was.
The whole way it came about and everything.
An ex-teammate of mine actually took that doll's head apart. That's why we know what's in it.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, she's definitely turn of the century. Older than that.
So
Yeah, late
while-
19th century.
While she had her, she never gave her a name. Why, I don't know.
Because everybody, oh, this name comes to mind, and this name comes to mind, and I wasn't, no.
That's like my cat. They said I couldn't call him little fucker. I needed to come up with a real name. So I had to name him Archie.
No, she wasn't found in Colorado. It was in a Masonic temple in Salina, Kansas. That's where Lucy was found. So she gave it to me. I promised her that I would take damn good care of her. And so far, I'd like to think I kept up with that.
Oh, yeah.
She even became
Are
a
you wearing
co-host one
something
time on the
that's
show,
got
remember?
vanilla or something?
We were celebrating
She
my
was.
birthday. Yeah, we were.
No, she was a guest.
She was a guest.
She was a
I'm
guest.
sticky with vanilla.
Yeah, we were
because
celebrating my
it's-
birthday,
the
and
mosquitoes are so
thought,
bad.
Lucy should come on. And so you
Vanilla
gave her her own
repels
window.
them?
She had her own
Vanilla
window.
repels mosquitoes?
So when I got her, I thought, okay, she has to have a name. She has got to have a name. And I had all sorts of names. Like Lucy was a name that I had in mind. My dad actually suggested, he's not a paranormal guy, but he thought this doll was so freaky. He came up with like Francine or Francis, something like
I kind of
that.
like that.
There was another name which these two will understand the meaning. And the reasoning, name of Sydney. I thought of that name. I thought of all kinds of different names. And then all of a sudden, I started thinking about that TV show Lucifer and also Supernatural. And next thing I know, I'm thinking about when Cain is raising up death in that one episode, he says, "Hello, death." And it just came to mind, "Hello, Lucy." And that's how she got the name.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah.
You spoke about the Supernatural. You're familiar with Chad.
Yep. So ever since then, she has gone with me to every investigation I have gone to, except for residences. I will not take her to a residential case.
She starts shaking no. No, ain't doing that shit.
But
So-
to clarify on the Masonic Temple, just, I know people are going, why? The Masonic Temple was cleared out from the Masons. They gave it up except for the very top floor. And we were still allowed to investigate the top floor, but that came from the 4th floor where they used to do crafts and things, and that was the only thing in that closet.
So it was almost like this church, but they kind of desanctified it, so to speak.
Except the top floor, yes.
Yeah,
But I guess they really did, because what Mason is gonna let people in
Right, they
their
don't.
sacred area?
Yeah,
So I guess they did. But we even found a human skull there.
and we
Yeah.
have one here in Florence over here that was a Masonic temple at one time, and above the Masonic temple it was an old brothel, and we investigated there. You know,
That's no surprise.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
have tunnels to those things. And
Absolutely,
then the
they had them
bars,
down
and
in the
then-
basement there.
Yep.
Yep.
But no, we found a human skull because the ladies that were running it were like, no, these are all props. Okay, I'm a country girl. I've been hunting. That's a real bone. Like, no, it's not. After we left, she called the police in, and they said, yes, that is a real human skull. It's
Wow.
a female skull.
Wow.
It is an adult female skull. But, we don't have a missing persons report. We're not going to take it away from you.
And I've actually had the opportunity. I didn't even think about it. I ended up holding the skull myself, and it's like it is such the weirdest experience you could have. Because at first when you're holding it, your brain is basically telling you that that's not a real skull. That's just one of those.
We all did, didn't we?
Yeah, that's just one of those props that they must have gotten for like Spirit Halloween, which I worked at for 3 years. We had skulls
Wow.
that we knew were fake. So I mean, it's got to be a Spirit Halloween skull. But you know in your heart though that it is a real one. It's just the strangest feeling that you ever get, knowing that you're basically holding a human head.
Especially when his teeth are falling out in your hand.
Yeah, thank God that didn't happen.
It
And
did.
the
Oh,
ladies
that's
The ladies that run the temple, they have been waiting for us to come back. Every now and then, one of us will get a message. When are you coming back? When are you coming back? I tried to get something scheduled for this year. Unfortunately, with some of our schedules and their scheduling, it wasn't working. So we're going to try it for something next
It
year.
was in Salina, you said?
Salina, Kansas.
Okay, 'cause I was in Oberlin, and when you were talking about the funeral home, we owned a funeral home, and the bottom 3 rooms had sliding doors that they could have a funeral here, a funeral here, and a funeral here.
Okay.
And then the upstairs was our bedrooms and stuff, and then we had a great big attic, but in the basement, there was a basement in the basement. There was a little doorway you go through, and then you could, there was a basement underneath that basement. So we made it into a bed and breakfast.
Apparently, Chris has been by that
Drove
temple.
by it. The,
Yeah.
the
Oh
temple,
yeah, here I can't see the comments because Lucy's head is blocked, so I couldn't see
Yeah,
it.
so
Temple, okay.
if you didn't know, this is that Chris Binder that I think you brought up yesterday, asking if anybody knew who it was because he was commenting on a few things.
Oh, that's right.
Hard
Yeah.
to believe that Chris might comment on something.
So that's that Chris Binder.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Chris
So-
is one of my moderators as well.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So Lucy here, I've got I am not gonna put the links, you're just gonna have to find her. But she's the only one, as far as I know of, on all these. She has a Facebook page, she has a she has a Facebook, Instagram, and a TikTok.
Wow.
All you have to do is just type in Lucy the doll, and she will pop right
Has
up.
she met Abigail yet? Upstairs?
Not yet.
The,
We
the, the
didn't get
main,
her out last night, but we are tonight.
the main purpose of why I have all of these profiles for Lucy is that I am hoping that somebody will recognize her and contact me and say, okay, this is where she came from and this is what she was used for.
Just why all those things are in her brain,
Exactly.
you know? I mean,
We do know what the top of her head is. We did figure that out.
It was a paperweight, wasn't it? Was that
No,
No?
it was, not to say you're old, but I had to look it up. The top of the light post where they would wrap the wire around to the next post, the glass bulbs.
Oh, really?
It's
Okay.
the very top
Yeah.
of that.
The insulators.
Yes.
Yes.
And just kind of
Well, that was a big one. Yeah.
run your fingernail across it.
Yeah.
You can feel the material.
I'm feeling like a ham sandwich.
She may hand you one. But also another good thing about having all those pages is you can, all the other dolls that people take with them, and a lot of people do.
People are looking her up and they're posting her links right now, so thank you.
And not only that, all the places she's been.
Let's see here. TikTok.
Yeah, she has been inside of prisons. She's
Yep.
been
That's
inside. Yeah, she's been inside of prisons. I actually took her to the bowling tournament with me, and there's a funny story that the day that we were bowling on for the bowling tournament, the first day, the place actually lost power, and one of my bowling buddies said, "I'm blaming that damn doll on you."
That's
Oh, I didn't
crazy.
see that there was. I didn't see now. I didn't see that with now before, Jeremy.
Yeah, so
So who puts all your TikToks together and stuff?
I handle all the accounts for her.
You want mine? You want to take over me? Because I'm real shit about it.
I've got enough shit to worry about.
Oh, come on. You tell me everything. One more thing.
Ask her how much I did.
Hey, I know
knows.
you've already you spent the last 3.5 days here telling us all the shit you do. One more thing isn't going to hurt. Let's make it.
She is one of the few people who literally yells at me to take a break, relax, stop doing this and stop doing that. Yeah, she's one of those. She's one of the few people who would do that, and she's one of the few people who I would actually let do that to me.
Okay, he's got an Instagram account up here. Yeah.
See, I haven't seen that one because I'm not on Instagram, but, and then see with all the other investigators that we get to
Yep.
meet.
Oh, and this guy right here, this is a real good
Rick
friend of ours.
McCallum.
That is Rick McCallum, and he is a retired Hollywood stuntman. And he goes all over the world. He just recently did a tour in Kansas.
Wow, you look like you were from Mad Max
Yep.
or something.
That's me. I ended up cutting off all my hair because I was having reconstruction surgery where they were going to have to make the incision going all the way across the top of my head.
Wow.
So I shaved my head so that it'd be a lot easier to keep the incision cleaned.
I see. Wow. Either that or Escape from New York. Pretty badass, actually. Yeah.
Oh, the
Cool.
Stanley.
All right.
Stanley, yeah.
So Lucy, she deserves
Whoops, sorry,
all the
guys, you
respect in the world. And so many people say, "Oh, this doll is evil. This doll is demonic." The only thing that's ever happened involving this doll was actually when she was with Adrian and she fell down. But the kicker is, with all of that stuff that's in her head, makes her top heavy, and if she is not sitting just right, she's going to fall down.
Oh, yeah.
That doesn't mean a demon put her down.
No.
Yeah,
She
yeah.
fell down because she's heavy on the head.
She wouldn't even talk to me. That's why she got given away. She wouldn't move nothing. She wouldn't talk to me. No, I'm done.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Chris, you get a point.
I saw that too.
Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. You got a point.
Oh my. Okay.
So
You gotta watch him. He goes places you don't want to go.
So anyway, we're gonna veer on back to the original topic.
And
Yeah,
then
we're-
back around, and then back around because if you get this redneck started, you may have a challenge.
Yeah, so what we were talking about with the supernatural talk is the three of us and Eileen Jones, who is in Mississippi, and we were hoping she was gonna be able to come out here, but she wasn't able to make it.
Well, you guys will be back, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, definitely. We will be back. No
We're
question
already
about it.
going to book for next year.
And I'll have to get out and see you guys too.
Yeah.
See some of your stomping around.
Yeah.
I wanted to also add another place like in my area, since Jeremy mentioned earlier, of one location in Indiana and Illinois, and we're actually trying to get back into this place to start the tours and investigations again. Contrary to popular belief from some shows, I along with several, and I'm not bragging or anything like that, it's actually true. We were actually among the very first Shut up, Jeremy.
Good thing you couldn't
Well,
see.
here's the thing. Here's the thing. He has earned the right to brag.
Yeah.
Well,
That's the difference. He's earned that right.
well, it was. We were among the very first investigators to investigate Joliet Correctional Center in Joliet, Illinois.
Oh, that's cool.
They started doing them about 5 years ago. It was actually close to Halloween, so it couldn't have been a better time to go. And I was told that they've actually been able to fix up some parts of the prison now. They now have like air conditioning and heating. But when we were there, that up until 2018, it had been closed. It had been closed for about 20 years since it originally closed in 2002. So everything what you see in the prison was pretty much as how it was left. And
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to
okay,
Chris.
but yeah. So everything's pretty much been the same as it was when they closed it. But it is definitely a location that does not disappoint. But we unfortunately got thrown out by the Joliet Historical Society because they wanted to just be smart asses, of course. That and. Apparently, I also had better education than they did about the prison. It's
So
kind
did you see Alton's signature anywhere or John?
no. So I did see, however, I don't know if it's still there. Well, no, I actually did see. We were in the gymnasium, and there was like this full, graffiti, of course. For some reason, someone had a real big interest in The Simpsons, so there's like all the Simpsons graffiti all over the place. Of course. It had to have been you then.
Yeah, it might have been. It wasn't me that time, but I do have a huge interest in The Simpsons.
Yeah, and that's true. That's also where Blues Brothers was shot. And
That's what I was talking about, Alton and John Belushi.
that was featuring it. And also, I know shortly after the prison closed, it was also briefly used for the Fox television series Prison Break in the early 2000s. But ever since then, it's now being
Can
used.
you get back there or no?
We're hoping to. I mean, it's still open to you can still go. I don't know what the
And
prices
now
are.
it's kind of like now it's a tour type venue. Or,
Yeah, but we're still fighting for it. We're still trying to get back in because we're 5 years overdue, and we've been trying to get back in ever since. So
Wow,
even though
that's awesome.
even though it's been 5 years, we still haven't given up. It will happen one way or another.
And then that's a funny thing. A lot of people are intimidated just to go in and ask. All they're going to say is yes or no.
Yeah.
You know? And I've heard no all my life, so another no is not going to, kill me. Why not ask and hear it outright? Because you'll be surprised how many yeses you get.
Right.
And some of them you gotta, their no is like, Mom's going to say no, but go ask Dad.
Oh, yeah.
It's a matter of who you speak to.
Is that the wardrobe room?
Yeah, that's the sacristy.
I was in there last night, and I started walking back. So you may have seen me.
That might really
At
that
one
crowd.
point, I stopped and I turned around. It sounded like somebody was knocking on the door somewhere.
Over
Oh.
here.
And I started going around. I even checked here. I don't think there was anybody in there. No, there was somebody in here, and I asked them if anybody knocked. They said no. But it sounded very much like it came from right there.
We should
Well, I
see
tell
them in
you-
that hallway there now.
The activity has been pretty active already. 2 of the girls that are not seasoned went into where the priest gets dressed.
Right, the sacristy.
They were right there in that hallway, going down that hallway, and they said, I feel like I shouldn't be in this hallway. And they pressed on and stood by the door and they heard. So they come back and I said, come on, let's go. Show me where. And they're like, right here. And all of a sudden we heard a whistle. I said, okay. And we stood there a little bit longer and we kept hearing clicks, but of course, you know, anything could click. And then the girls heard like shuffling.
And you were hearing whistles yesterday too, and it wasn't even in this building.
Yeah.
And now that you're here, Avery,
Uh-huh.
you can, again, between you and Nick, can tell me what the hell happened in the chapel last night.
Well, I can tell
I
you
wanna
what
hear that
happened
story.
today is 10 times better.
Today?
Yep.
And times. So
Well, let's start with yesterday, and then we'll go into the grand slam.
Let's get into the chapel here, and maybe you might be able to point it
Yeah.
out to you.
Okay.
so there was. Well, I can tell you right now, the chapel really went pretty crazy.
You can kind of point it out wherever if you need to.
So I was.
The way
Oh,
down.
right there, yeah.
There we
So
go.
I was sitting actually in this part of the pew right here on the front. Whoops. Hang on one
There we
second.
go. Technical difficulties.
You act like you've never used a mouse, Nick.
No,
There
it's
you
not that. The
Okay,
keyboard
this
got in the way.
two-mouse thing here is really throwing me off.
That's what I'm thinking. So I was actually sitting here on the front left corner. Left pew, and we were doing a ghost box session. And see, at one point prior before it happened, I actually was up where the choir room was, and off over here, I did see briefly, like a very brief white figure, like only half of the figure was showing. But when I went back to the seat, and this happened twice, I started feeling really sick, and it was just like this horrific stabbing pain that was going through my. It just felt like almost like as if something just grabbed hold of my stomach and just kind of squeezed it as hard as they could. And
That's not pleasant.
it's not. I mean, I literally felt like I was ready to vomit. And I asked Jen, I think she first noticed that I was not.
He knew. He fucked up.
I think Jan noticed that I was
like
not.
your computer.
I think Jan noticed that I was not doing so good, so she asked me to put my hands on her palms, to kind of transfer that energy. But when it came back a second time,
See them in the priest bedroom there. That's where that light is just coming through. Is that secret entry? So sorry.
no, it's fine. When it came back a second time, it was 10 times worse. And I don't know what I asked Jan for more of that, protection. Again, she put me in this protection bubble, if you will. Someone else had their hand on the back. I think it might have been Scott. I'm not sure. I didn't really see, but it became very clear. I knew I wasn't just getting sick. I realized I was getting attacked by something because there was something that was, according to what Jan was telling me, something was following me. Who's the guy that
Sean?
Yeah, Sean. He had to put holy water and bless me.
Right.
And
Because he could see what's happening. He says, "I didn't bring my holy water. Well, you got it." And I said, "Yeah, somewhere on the table." And he went down.
yeah, now I wasn't actually scared when this happened, but angry, but I was in terrible pain when this happened. So I had to get some fresh air. And I was told, obviously, then later on from Adrian and Jan that whatever this was not giving up. It was following me. And at one point, I think it was either the third floor, I actually did see it myself down the hallway, which is that you guys describe as like a rake-like creature. I looked down the hallway and I saw this huge dark figure standing there. The figure looked human, but it was not humanoid, but it was not human. It had to have been.
Was it like that drawing at all? Or?
It kind of reminded me a little bit of the drawing. It was at least 7 feet tall. It had these very, very long arms and legs. It was very emaciated. The only thing that was missing, however, was the glowing red eyes. Now, for some reason, I don't know if it's because I do believe I have some abilities of my own. Throughout the rest of the investigation, and at one point while I was sleeping, I had like a recap vision of what probably happened to me. And in the recap of what happened to me was I could see that same tall figure leaning down, and it was like as if it used its long fingers to like physically grab me by the stomach. This time I actually could see the glowing red eyes this time. And although it was still dark, it was still this black figure, I could see almost in some way it had a sinister smile, like it was taking pleasure in tormenting me and hurting me this way.
Wow.
So it was I've been doing this stuff now for 18 years, and I've never had that happen to me
And it
before.
looked like everybody was collectively gathered around you trying to do what they could.
Yeah, they were trying to save me from this thing. I mean, I don't know what it was, but it's like,
Can the audience see the cursor?
yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
What you see there is what they see.
Okay, so I just want to throw in really quick for those that follow this channel all the time, and they're going to see something a little different. They see this little halo here, where everything is lit up. So in case they were wondering, I actually have my own IR camera right here, and it's facing towards the back, looking at the balcony. So if anybody is wondering why this area here is so much brighter, that's because I've got another camera, and it's looking right at your camera almost. So that's why
And
you
that's a
got
good
this.
point. Actually, that's there all the time. That is from.
Is it?
Yeah, if you look at, go ahead and switch just double click it. Okay, if you look, there's a circle here, there's a circle
Okay, I didn't
there.
notice that.
If the library's lights were shut off, there's a circle here, and this hallway, you can see the circle there. That's an IR floodlight that I have in auxiliary
Okay.
floodlights.
I didn't realize that. I
Yeah,
just
but
noticed
good
that,
point.
and it's all around my camera.
And I have to tell people constantly as they're watching the stream here that what they're seeing here is in total darkness just because it looks all lit up and like the lights are on. It's dark.
Yeah,
And when you
walk
guys are in
it's
that
almost pitch
hallway,
black.
Unless somebody has a flashlight on in that basement hallway, it's pitch dark. You can't see your finger in front of your face.
So last night, I was in this room here, and somebody's in here now, actually.
Yeah, actually there is.
So So I was walking
stand up for a
back,
second.
because I had come all the way down here and was walking back. I was getting ready to move on to the next, area, and I heard somebody, like that, and it sounded like it came right from here. Okay, that's Scott. And it sounded like it came right from here. I went into the chapel to ask the ladies that were in there, hey, did you knock on anything? No, we didn't. But the way that it sounded like, it did not sound like muffled from another area. It sounded like it was right there.
But the girls, when they were going to that room earlier too, were like, that room,
Uh-huh.
and that's why they're in there.
Okay.
They heard a disembodied voice, and that's why they took off running, and I saw them in your cameras, giggling and running.
That was tonight?
Yeah,
Okay.
And-
And I have it.
yeah, they were just giggling and running. And what are you doing? We heard a disembodied voice. What did it sound like? And they had it recorded. So they're.
That is Beckham! That is Beckham! That is Beckham!
Heck is that?
Really quick.
That is Beckham!
Wow.
Well, I was trying to say really quick before she went off screen. Jan,
Okay.
she and I had an experience over at the sister's house last night.
Okay. Can we talk about it? I'm giving you a hard time. Never mind.
So let's see. I think I had just gotten done getting everything all set up. No, I did not get done all set up. I was taking a break from everything, and she asked me about going back to the sister's house because we were both pretty hungry. So we went back, and immediately she started hearing all kinds of different things, including the phone ringing in the main kitchen area. She went and checked that out. Phone stopped ringing as soon as she got there, and she was hearing voices and some skittering around down the main hallway. So we went down there, and everybody that's got a room, they got their doors shut like they're supposed to. We get down there, and we are standing in front of the table that's up against the wall that's got that big red vase on it.
Right?
We're standing there, and all of a sudden we hear a loud clack.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw that too.
In here?
Oh, okay, never mind.
Probably the
Dust.
Just-
I
just
see it.
dust.
No,
That's
that's
just
dust. I
Oh,
see it
dust.
now. I just saw the one.
We heard a clack, and we look over. The door to the left was open. And it was one of those clacks where you had to turn the handle.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how you hear it, and that thing was open. And I actually have a camera shooting down that hallway, but that I found out today that red vase, had that not been there, I would have caught that door opening.
Oh, wow.
I ended up moving it this morning. But man, it's just one of those things where something happens just out of view of the camera. In this case, that red vase was right in front of
It's
it.
almost like they know too.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
We also did an audio, about 11 minutes of audio, and in the first 30 seconds, something called out Jan's name 3 times.
So what happened tonight?
Oh, just to add to that real quick, last night when we were going to bed, I'm in the same room as Jan,
Okay.
and she's by the sink, and I'm on the double bed, and you heard somebody say, "Good night, sister."
Woman or a male?
Woman.
Okay.
And she, just like nothing ever happened, she said, "Good night, sister." You need to quit talking, go to bed. But tonight,
Which room do you guys have?
we have it starts with a T.
Teresa's? No, that's.
No, it's a male. Upstairs,
Thomas?
Thomas.
Okay.
We last night, that what attacked him, we had been chasing all over the place because
Yeah.
this is the same thing that we saw. One of our teams saw last time we were here, and took off running, and with the smell of what I thought he farted anyway.
Just never claimed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scott would claim it.
Yeah, they were telling. I'm sorry, Adrian. That they were telling me throughout the time after when the attack occurred to me that this thing was just relentlessly pursuing me. So
It was mad. We
It
were
was-
chasing it.
I have
Yeah,
to
I
do
mean, this
that.
thing
They
was-
pay for that.
this thing was like really pissed off on me. It's like for me, whatever this thing was, it pretty much came through and was attempting to attach to me. So I'm sorry,
Oh, no,
Adrian.
you're fine. So anyway, we were chasing it all over before and after this. But after this happened, I was up here with the man that was with you. That's when I come to
Sean.
your door. I was like, it's standing here. We're seeing it. And I don't see, I feel. But 2 of them see. And I can feel it. I'm like, yeah. And he walks out and he goes, yeah. And he says, it's right over here. He did what he did, and I started walking away. He was walking toward me, and I could feel it off of him.
Yes.
And this was after it was over. I was like, oh, we need to still fix this.
And I didn't know it was still following me.
Jan is an energy worker, and I help her best I can.
She's your psychic petite.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to be a medium.
I do mediumship. I can do that. This energy work that she does is a whole different world.
Okay.
And
She got it.
when she does the work, She works it.
She does. And Scott is the kind of person, and this is my first time investigating with him. I've known him for quite a while,
Uh-huh.
but I have never met him. You know, we have our own little personal chat where I argue with him.
Get past.
That's right, but I didn't get to investigate with
Yeah,
him.
no.
And investigating with him, you know, he's a no-nonsense person. He's one of those, you know what?
Hello, is it me you looking for?
He says, and if anything was going on with Jen, you know, if he felt something different, he'd say, no, this is what I feel. They were agreeing the whole night. And she ended up getting something. Whether it was that thing, I don't know. But she pushed it out.
Wow. Well, good.
Tonight is a huge different feeling. They went in the chapel, and the two girls never investigated before. They just came to experience. And that was all. And those
That
are
was
the
the two that
two.
were in here a minute ago.
The blonde, well, not that we can tell on that.
Yeah.
Real
Can't-
tall,
I don't even know
skinny,
why I'm there, actually.
real tall, skinny girl,
Yeah, Tanya
Tanya.
How's that?
and Nicole. Oh, wow.
Thanks for the gift.
That.
That's a bunch of Christmas cards.
Thanks for the gifted subs. I appreciate that. Thank you so much there, Sir X, and hope you enjoy them there, pumpkins.
But
That's-
she,
What do you think?
we had went to the chapel when I was with the girls, trying to figure out what was going on, and heard that whistling. So I went to go meet them to see if any of them had whistled, or if anybody had made a noise like, ooh. And Scott was laughing. You asshole. And he said, well, what? And they were up in the balcony of the church, of the chapel there,
Okay.
and were crunched down, but nobody whistled. He did the and we thought we were getting growled at. And he said, no, I came straight to you and told you it was me. He said, we're just trying to get the energy going. Okay. He goes, but I do want to show you something. At chapel tonight, it's a whole different feel. It's almost like more lit up. And the two that can see, and I could feel there's monks up there. It's like they're saying, it's okay. It's gone. Thank you.
See, and I don't have any of that feeling, sensation, or anything like that. And whenever I hear stuff like this, like when you guys saw the thing down in the basement,
Yeah.
Diplomatic, I went down there and investigated the whole week by myself. I never had anything happen to me. Yes, that's usually to draw my attention to a question. I haven't played the organ tonight.
He fucked up.
I haven't played the organ tonight there.
We plan on it though.
Yeah, we do have a couple of things that we need to do, and we're gonna have to get going so we can do it, because at 12 o'clock, I'm gonna start tearing my stuff down, and some of our investigators need to leave because they gotta get up very
5
early.
o'clock.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
It's a long
Who
drive
made-
back to. It's a long drive back to Chicago, Illinois, and Fort Wayne, Indiana.
Oh, you're driving?
We
Oh, yeah.
drove.
Oh, man.
You know, and to get even like so because we had to stop at Greeley. You know, that was about a good 18 and a half hour drive,
Anybody
or
know
more than
German?
that, right, Jeremy?
I know a little German, but not enough to make a sentence. I can speak Bulgarian, but that doesn't help me here.
I showed him
the only thing about German that I know is that it takes 14 letters to say hi.
Well, wait, Jeremy, was it like 18 or 20 hours to
Get a
get
friend.
to Greeley?
Driving time 18.
Yeah.
That is not including all of those stops.
I got
Right.
3 hours.
Yeah, and she's got shorter than us.
I have 60 seconds.
Okay, I gotta tell you guys keep doing this, you're gonna drive her batshit crazy.
Hey, Jeremy, don't give them any ideas though, because if you're gonna say that, Then they're gonna start going back to the jump
It
scares.
drives-
Here's the thing. This is their introduction to all of us, so they need to know how the three of us really are.
And it
And
drives
if, you,
me.
and if you really want to know how we really are, just watch us on Supernatural Talk it on Thursday nights, 8 o'clock Eastern.
I told you.
When
did I
Family Guy.
A long time ago. And what did I say what happened when I told you? Exactly what just happened.
We need to get some wrestling clips on this thing.
Right?
Oh, you didn't know?
They'll do it. Axe Batch was on here. He's also one of my moderators and happens to be my oldest son.
From Romania. Is that language is it,
Oh, Romania.
I know it's close to Russian, but, Bulgarian's close to Russian, but is Romanian?
Still
Hereish.
Irish.
Hereish.
He's kind of here.
He's still here.
Ish.
Ish. Ish. Of course.
Yeah. But no, seriously, we are going to have to get going so that we can get our
Well,
experiments
when you guys get back
going.
in and settle, like I said, we'll
Oh.
get together. We'll do some podcasts together and tear it up on the.
You know.
We're also going to get you scheduled for Supernatural Talk
Yeah.
so that we can talk about everything Abby.
You know, I also
I'm
got to
pretty
show.
shy. It's pretty hard to get me to talk.
Uh-huh.
I'm calling bullshit on that one.
You know, I also got to show something since I'm standing
You're
up
doing
because this is
stuff.
basically like my logo
Oh,
almost when
okay.
it comes to the paranormal field. As you guys can see, I'm wearing the special paranormal biker vest. A lot of cool patches, right? But the main feature is the back, of course.
There you go.
And keep this in
Let's
mind.
see here. Let me-
We got a special spot right here for a cockroach patch.
Nope, that's not going to happen.
He won't even see it. It's on his back. It's all good.
Yeah, he won't see it.
I'll make a call. It's okay.
So yeah, follow us on Things Network.
You got
I'll-
to pop that link back up there. Make sure you hit them up on TikTok. Get them over 1,000 so they can start streaming. to
Dennis needs a thing shirt.
I definitely do.
You know, if we'd have
Definitely.
thought about that. Did you sign the board there, Jeremy?
The blackboard down there in the
Uh-huh.
classroom. Yeah, you did put it up.
Did
there.
you sign it next to the one I did?
Also, you guys
Okay.
got any business cards?
I put mine right up
Because
there in the top
I
corner.
saved business cards too for everybody that comes here if you've got one.
Do we have any?
Did you bring business cards?
And also, if any of you guys have any questions and you would like to get a hold of me personally, here is
Marion County Jail.
there is my Facebook, and also, well, no, I'm not going to do the TikTok thing.
And it's not hard to find Adrian Clayton. It's really not.
Mine's not
See,
difficult
like-
either. Nick
like I have
Bueller.
on all my
Do you know the
pages.
exact address?
Mine?
I have it on all my pages that
Well,
when you land at one, you can find all my socials on every page that you land on.
oh, so like a link tree.
Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah, and
How do you
that's
find
thanks
it?
to my son.
Now, how do you find your link?
The techno guy.
Should be here. There it is.
Yeah, that's a long thing. You know, when you get a link under your maiden name, it doesn't go away.
I don't know. I've always been a bachelor.
Dang.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes two of us on a bachelor.
So my last name is Bachelor.
R-O-A-R-K.
Yeah, BATCHELOR.
Okay, batch.
That's my son.
R-O-A-R-K. One?
Axe Batch is my son.
Couldn't you copy and paste?
Ignore that link that I just put in for Adrian. I
This is the
forgot
real
a letter.
Where do you find? Oh, profile settings. I was trying to find that
There we
too.
go.
Now hit the,
Let's
hit
spell
the link
check.
and see if it links.
Spell check.
Right here, it'll take us up there. If that's
Adrian, where'd you go to profile settings?
Yep.
All right, there you are. That's Adrian's.
Okay, so
So let's check that out here real quick.
you know what? Maybe just type.
What is this thing about people asking me about having an OnlyFans?
Okay, you know what? Let's do it. We'll make
Alright.
him one.
Type in,
Hell no.
well,
Oh, yeah, we'll make him one.
type in since we got Facebook up, just type in mine because it will take forever. to show
We're
mine.
gonna make you an OnlyFans. Except we
Well,
get the
no, I
money.
don't know if it's gonna. Well, is it gonna work like that, Jeremy?
Well,
on the.
I need your exact.
I tried looking for it. I couldn't get it.
Oh, let me
That's
help.
no. I was just gonna say, why not just type it in on the Facebook page?
Oh, you mean Google doesn't do close enough?
Not in
Are you not
this
special or what?
instance.
Give me a moment here, and I will.
I can't
have
find the link.
Nick's. Oh, yours is simple.
Mine is simple.
Mine needed to be simple. 'Cause
And there is Nick's.
I'm gonna click on that one
Check
since
it.
you shared.
Click on
Since you
it.
shared Adrian's, might as well show me mine.
Yep.
All right, let's go here real quick. That's Nick's.
And also, the guy next to me in that picture is my friend Tom. That's the guy I was telling about earlier.
You mean
He's
that piece of cheek?
Yeah.
Wait a minute. You can actually.
Because I
have
was
an-
going to ask you, whose cheek is that?
awesome. What were you gonna say, Jeremy?
That is Tom.
That's what I just said. That's
Yeah,
Tom.
because I recognize those glasses and the hat.
All right.
Now the question is, you can actually have an OnlyFans and not be nude?
No.
We can, Photoshop works real well. I know how to work it, but here's the thing.
There we go.
When we make you one, all the proceeds go to us.
Wait a minute. What's this win?
When?
Oh, when? It's happening. And then next time, we go on investigation, I'll say, hey, never mind, yours is funded. So sorry.
Thank you, Bash.
Bye.
Oh, and by the way, this woman right here has been one of the biggest supporters in my nickname of the Paranormal Adonis.
I got the shirt.
I got the shirt.
Yeah, there was actually a shirt from a convention a couple years ago that had my face on the thing, and she actually got it.
It's on the back. Yeah,
Yeah, and I've tried to get
So
rid
you
of it.
got his thing on your back?
that's right.
Wow.
I almost
face.
had his things on my shorts.
And
because
Zach's
we make
okay with
shorts.
that, right?
That's before Zach.
Oh, that's
But
all.
yeah,
We're
he's
gonna look
good
for that
with
picture. What the hell is it?
Whoa.
I can't believe we're going through.
Yeah, let's go
We're going through all these personal pictures.
It's not.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go find them. I'm gonna see if there's anything going on. I've got one of your flashlights.
Okay, yeah. Take whatever you want.
You're gonna have
You
Whatever
follow
I
soon,
got.
huh?
me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm going to as soon as I get off here.
I think things are about to.
Actually,
They've already gotten
let's,
activity, so it's time to rock and roll.
Yeah, like I said, I got the studio ready.
Did we lock this? What happened?
We're trapped. Oh, here's Jeremy's.
Is there anything? Did you? Are you gonna play the organ?
I can if you want me to.
Let's
Oh,
get it.
okay.
May as well get as ramped up as we can.
Okay.
since I'm here,
If somebody knows how to play, they can play too. I'll turn it on for them.
I got a little.
Okay.
Which one is it?
Well, there's a key that you have to turn
Oh
on.
no, but I meant which room?
The one down in the chapel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So 5 minutes? Okay.
since I'm at this point, for those of you who check out my profile, you'll see that I've got a theme pinned to the top of my profile. I actually have a song out on YouTube and on SoundCloud. It's called "The Battle," and it was co-written with a Sebastian Dentes out of, I want to say, Chile. He wrote the music, I wrote the lyrics, and we both recorded our own version of the song with the same music, and I put mine out back in May. Very personal, deeply personal song for myself, but it was also written for the Paranormal Puzzle documentary that I'm in, and I was using my experiences, John's experiences, and also his brother's experiences, and wrote the song. I just wanted to throw that out there. Now, as far as the picture with,
Is this the Adonis that you're looking for? Or?
I'm looking for
Show
that.
me a selfie.
Well, as you can tell, I don't really do that a lot. It's not.
Yeah, I could tell that.
Yeah. So this here is what I used to look like before I had my accident. I don't know where that picture is, because I know we had it.
Go ahead, Chris. I know what you're thinking. I'd hit that.
Oh my God.
So
And you
anyway,
guys are
yeah.
now friends.
I tried to find that picture. I guess I don't know.
It will take forever if we look for it.
It probably would, and we don't have forever. So, but instead, we do got to get going. We got.
Don't press that button. You don't know what you're doing.
Really, Nick?
No, okay, this time I actually didn't get scared. I was actually surprised this time. That didn't count. That didn't count.
No clips. No clips.
No clips.
It wasn't a scream this time. At least. So anyway, we do have to get going. We got to get
All right, guys,
experiments running and all of that stuff. But I do definitely want to thank you guys for playing along. Thank you for having us on.
Yeah,
here.
thank you.
That must have come out of your doll. That's old. It's a straight pin. That had to come out of that doll, maybe in her head or something. Because it almost looks like it's silver. It's not. Look at this.
That's her eye.
That's her eye? Wow.
That came out of her
That's
eye.
crazy.
Yeah, I held the doll's eye. Oh my god! 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 Make it stop!
Anyway, thank you guys for playing along. Been a pleasure being on this show. Now
We look forward to that fog experiment. That's what I want to check out. And I want to see Lucy meet Abigail.
I am definitely going to get a picture of her and Abigail together.
Just make sure she's got her eye in.
She does now.
I think she had her eye on me. Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
Right. I love you, baby. I love you. Really, I do. One eye or not.
You know it. One eye, I can still kick ass.
Probably so.
And this time, well, at least she didn't shoot her eye out.
Right?
In this case, she did.
Yeah, it's funny that I looked at that thing and I said, this thing's old.
I
Where the
saw
hell
it
did
here.
come
And at
from?
first, I thought somebody just laid it there. And then, wait a minute. That looks like the thing that goes in her eye.
It started blinking and I didn't quite understand.
Well, that means she had her eye on.
Yeah, there you go. There
So
you
she's
go.
keeping an eye on you.
Yeah.
And she's watching to make sure that you behave.
And most importantly, she's doing this truly because she's obviously giving an eye for an eye.
Ah,
Ooh.
you guys got to go now. You got to go now.
We do. Okay, yeah. She did bring the sack.
Cool.
Oh, you're about, okay.
You need a special
Bad
case.
pun alert.
Go to work, guys. Yeah, well, thanks for coming
Yeah,
up. and
when
visiting.
it comes to pun, don't. and I do mean that on different levels too.
Yeah.
Don't. I am not going to explain it. It's personal, but don't. Thank you guys so.
SpongeBob.
He's starting to sound like Brad now.
Oh, yeah, he kind of does.
Long story on that one too. Which I'm not.
Which is also going to be another 2 hours later.
Yeah.
Brad sounds like my Chris story. I'll tell you later. No.
So, all right, we're gonna get.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry.
That's the signal for you to get up too.
Yep, that
All right,
means.
guys. Well, good luck tonight. We'll be watching, and like I say, now we got everybody's all our socials. Let's stay in touch and
Yeah,
network.
definitely.
Network, by golly. So, yeah, cool. A lot of fun having you guys here.
Hey, you promised not to tell.
Uh-oh.
That was right. All right, guys. You guys have a good night. Enjoy the rest of your time with this guy here. And hopefully we will see some of you on Supernatural Talk next week. Again, Supernatural Talk is Thursday night at 8 Eastern, 6 Mountain.
and Nick Files. And Nick Files airs on Wednesday well, at this point, since it's still daylight, it airs on Wednesday afternoons at 4:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, which that is 3:30 Mountain Time, if I'm correct.
Oh, really quick about the Nick Files.
Oh, there is nothing quick about it. We've learned that. But go ahead. We got a
Really
couple of
quick,
days.
His show actually kind of happened by accident. What he used to do was these almost like you were teaching. He had this whole podium. He was doing this thing on his own personal Facebook, and I was watching him. He was educating the masses of whatever it was that night. And I went to somebody who was on the network at the time, my second in command, before she resigned, personal reasons. And I said, hey, check this out. Look what Nick is doing. She looked at it and said, this is great. I said, what do you think? Should he do a show like this? Because I think this would be good. She thought it was. I approached him about it. He was hesitant at first, then decided to go for it. And he came up with this whole thing. And it took him a while to come up with the whole premise. And at first it was called Paranormal.
And historic locations and legends.
Yeah. Long ass name.
Yeah.
So he started doing
Rolls
this-
right off the tongue.
Right.
For days.
So he started doing this show, and then some friends of ours started saying Nick Files.
At first, it was a joke. It actually started off as a joke.
It did, but it made sense, and it was a lot better than that name.
So next thing you know, the name's stuck, and it's just been, and it's not only gotten success just on Things Network, it's attracted the attention of other networks.
He's
See,
on
I've got-
8 different networks
No,
with that
9.
show.
9 different networks.
I've got Simply Ghost Network. That's how I started
Well-
Twitch. And simplyghost.com is my website. And everybody was calling me Ghost Gramps. And I said, well, I wanted to get out of that paranormal cage. And so I'm thinking, well, What's Up Gramps is kind of all inclusive. I can do whatever I want. You just check in and see what I'm doing. So I changed the name to What's Up Gramps. Like I say, they call me Ghost Gramps. And it
Well-
fits perfect.
The other thing too that makes Nick Files like kind of notorious in this matter is, unlike most podcast shows, it's always people like having guests on or doing readings and stuff. I'm doing my show is more work than anything because I'm actually presenting slideshows, and as far as I know, no other show or podcast I know has done what I've done. I mean, I've done constant searching, and so far from what I've seen to date, no other show has done that.
Now,
I
are you
am so
using the
glad
old
he-
carousels and stuff, or how do you present it?
Yeah, through PowerPoint.
Okay, because I've got over 10,000 slides that go from 1920s to
Here
1998.
comes a 10-point episode for you.
No,
And
no.
I really, really need some help because I want to archive it for future generations and digitize it.
Not a bad idea.
We'll be talking because
Yeah. What were you gonna say? Jeremy's saying you were so glad. What?
I'm so glad you took me up on that and decide not to do it.
Because for the longest time, these guys were telling me because I'm so good at
step forward.
Yeah, for the longest time, these guys were telling me because I'm just so smart with a lot of what I do. They're like, Nick needs to have his own show, but I didn't know what it was at the time until I did my presentation and Jeremy saw it. So
I'm telling you, folks, you can just you can name one thing. It doesn't have to be paranormal. It can be anything. He's going to rattle off 1,000 facts about it.
that's why they call me. That's why they either call me a walking dictionary, or I have a lot of crazy nicknames. And one of them, one of the biggest ones, they sometimes like to call me Nicopedia.
Wow. They call me a dick every now and then.
But lately, people have been calling Nickel Pickle, so.
And Nick of the Cord.
Let's not get into that. Let's not get into that one.
So I found out something cool with the laser grid.
Yeah.
I didn't realize your camera was there in our appointment. And your camera, the IR lights, make the rings in the circles.
Hey, look here, they got your books and stuff, I think.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh my God, that's that was when I was on Emily's show.
See, they're already researching you guys.
Oh, and Paranormal Experience with
Yeah.
Kat Hobson.
Yeah, they're checking out to see who old Gramps is hanging out with these days.
Do not research me. You may find things you don't want
You
to
have history.
A little.
Just want to see what else is beyond that, just out of curiosity. Yep, there was Paranormal Experience with Kat Hobson. Grizzly Bigfoot, of course, the Cryptic Paranormal Show from Ohio. What else we got?
Okay, so
Yeah.
if it's got Emily's show on it, that means the episode that I did will show up on that one too.
Yeah, what?
Oh, you guys aren't seeing that. I'm
That
sorry.
was the first episode, I think, of the entire show that Don and I were on her show when she started doing that new one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I was 2 months later.
You know what? Don and I were supposed to be back on that show at some point because I think she decided to start a tradition to start having me and Don on Friday the 13th. And there's a Friday the 13th coming up, so we're probably going to be back on it real soon.
Okay, guys, we got to get going.
Yeah.
We got shit to do.
Yeah, we only got a limited time, so we got to get going.
much time.
I think the first thing we're going to do is do the fog machine. And maybe we might be able to incorporate the fog machine and the dog whistle to see if something
Comes
runs
through.
the fog.
Got the laser grid.
All righty.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You guys have a great night.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.
Thanks, all. Yeah.
Stay
Been a
scary.
pleasure. Been a
Yeah,
pleasure.
continue scaring him.
You know what I would have expected as we were walking away, they would do another jump scare.
Yep, nope. Nope, they're laying low.
Good. Let's keep good. Let's keep it that way.
All right, guys.
Take care.
Well, that was a lot of fun. What do you guys think? Heck yeah. Yeah, well, I wasn't expecting them to be so gabby, but they warned me. It's kind of like me. You don't just get simple answers. You get the whole novel. So yeah, cool guys. Very interesting. A lot of wow. They are involved in a lot of stuff. They definitely have something that I don't. Motivation. Yeah, I don't have that motivation. But I'm not young anymore either, so good for them. Good for them. It'll be fun to catch up with them down the road and bring them back in, and we'll do a podcast or a stream here and get more information about different subjects and stuff. They definitely have a lot of everything paranormal. Everything paranormal, from UFOs to cryptoid to ghosts and such. So very, very cool. So we're gonna check out and see what the rest of the gang. I've seen they've been wandering around all over the place. A lot of people investigating now on their team. I've seen them all over the place. One thing I want to point out to you guys now is I made a big change today. If you guys weren't part of that, didn't see it happening, I've made a camera change. That camera that was on the 3rd floor that sucked so bad, and being that nobody was ever really on the 3rd floor, let me get these controls back to where I can know where they're at and start flipping my buttons and doing that sort of thing here. We're going, I gotta turn this one on, turn that one on, and that didn't help anything, did it? It's like, why am I so red? Why am I yellow? in,
Don't press that button.
right?
You don't know what you're doing.
That's about as good as it's gonna get. Going green, guys, going green. All right, so let me go to the all cams here, and I'll show you what I did today. Pretty cool. You guys should enjoy this, because if you remember that third floor cam that I had really sucked, and it was the one. Hey, come on. Highlight. There we go. It was the one that was about halfway down this hallway here that continued down that hall. It was worthless. Nobody really did anything there, and the camera was dying anyway. So I said today, I'm going to go ahead and move that somewhere else. So I ended up moving it from the third floor. It took me a couple hours, but I moved all the cable up to the fourth floor. And now, as people go into Abigail's room here, now we can always see them in this hallway through the two fourth floor cameras. But I thought, well, it'd be kind of nice to see what's going on inside of Abigail's room. So I went ahead and put that other cam into Abigail's room, and so this is the cam that we have now. And I haven't done anything to the picture since it's got dark, so we'll go ahead and fix that up a little bit. I will be getting a new cam because this one sucks. It was an old one that I had, but at least it's good enough for right now. So what I need to do is go here to the, well, here we go. Now we go over here to the main menu, go to the little camera. Come on, camera, and then we go, I believe, let's see here. It says camera 1. I don't, well, let's see. Screen setup, yeah, it was. Okay, now we can adjust that color and kind of help it out a little bit so that you can maybe see a little more detail. Again, it's a crappy camera. Don't expect a hell of a lot out of it, but it could do a little better job than what it's doing. And that may be about as good as it's going to get. There's really not, again, a whole lot we can do with it. But you see the Raggedy Ann doll there. And that's actually color, so it's not going to affect us. All right, so we'll live with this one for now. Okay. Okay, let's see what it looks like now compared to the rest of the cams. Return. And here we are down here now. And it looks a lot better than it did. A little more detail and stuff. So now when they're in Abigail's room doing an EVP session and whatnot, if they sit down in this chair, we can see them and be able to capture what's going on in this room. MeMe did bring another doll and donated it to Abigail, so we have a little Baker doll in this room now. Is the sound cutting in and out? I don't know. I can bring it back down now that it's not blocking out Nick. See if that helps at all. Not cutting out for me. Okay. All right, so I brought it back down anyways. So that's pretty cool, guys. Now we can see inside of Abigail's room, and we can see everything on the fourth floor. Good, did help sound better. All right, dropped it down. And what you're hearing too is the air conditioner. Because when I'm doing interviews like this, I've got the gain turned way almost off because I don't want to lose anybody's voice depending on where they're at in the room. What is squeaky? My chair, sorry. That squeak has come back. So it's me moving around. All right. Hopefully you'll be back soon. And by the way, tell Trevor, great job tonight or today. He was in a kickboxing big tournament down in Denver today. Yeah, so pretty cool. It was his first tournament, official tournament. And it was kind of a pro thing. So very cool for him. Proud of him. All right, cool. Well, all right. So now you see the changes that I've made here to the camera. So that should give us a little bit more, I don't know, variety. Is that the word I'm looking for? Of what we can see. And got WD-40 over here. I'll try to oil her up here in a second again. Been sitting here a while. I do need to pee. So I'm going to take a little break here. You guys can chat amongst yourselves for a second. I'll give you the camera views. You can see what everybody's doing, wandering around and whatnot. Check out that kind of stuff. And I'm going to run downstairs real quick. Oh, I was going to meet her in the chapel and play the organ. So I'm going to go do that real quick. And then I'll be back up. Okay? So you guys will see me down here in the chapel. Let me blow that part up. You won't be able to hear me because I don't have anything, and I don't want to connect to Discord. So yeah, when I come back up, I'll pee. So I'm gonna run down real quick, play the organ, and then go pee, and then I'll be back. So here you go, you guys. I'm gonna switch to cams. There you go. You'll see the chapel now, and I'll be down there shortly. can still smell all that vanilla in here. Well, I obviously got tied up there a little bit. They are getting ready to do the experiment down in the basement. I hope they turn out that light. I'm sure they will because they're going to use the laser light and stuff. They're setting up the fog machine for the fog experiment. Raid it back. Cool. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. All you raiders, sorry I was in the chapel for a minute. Well, longer than a minute. So they're getting ready to do a fog experiment to see if they can get an apparition to appear in the fog. This is Nick here. That's MeMe. Let me pop it up a little bit bigger here. This is something that Nick and Jeremy came up with. It's an original idea, and they've seemed to be able to bring in spirits through the fog using several different techniques. So they're going to try to fill this hallway up with fog. Then they will use a laser grid and some other devices and try and get this thing to manifest in the fog. So we'll see if it works. What the hell? It's out of the box thinking. I love out of the box thinking. We'll see how it goes. See how it goes. Okay, here's Jeremy here. These were the two guys that I was interviewing earlier. What fascinating people, and they've got websites all over the place, different podcasts and whatnot. You can check out the links and see their information. They are everywhere, and very interesting guys. They're out of Illinois and Indiana, respectively. Both are very seasoned paranormal investigators. They've got a lot of notoriety back in the Midwest, East, and Southern states, the upper Southern states. They were doing the dog whistle experiment last night, which was incredible. If you go in and watch my old VODs from last night, you will see that, again, it was another out-of-the-box idea. They did have some things happening. To give you an idea, they were lined up in this hallway here, and each one of them had dog whistles, and in front of the 5 participants, they also had devices that would light up. It could be a K2 meter, it could be a REM pod, it could be EMF detector. I think he said an EDI. He had an EDI, which would have a geophone and an EMF detector built into an EDI. And the idea was this guy would start blowing his whistle, then after 5 seconds or so, this guy would blow his whistle, this person would blow their whistle, this person would blow their whistle. And basically what they wanted to see is that when they originally started doing it, they had the idea that it would call in spirits, but they found out it actually worked in the reverse. It would make spirits scatter from the area. And so what they were doing, yeah, right here, let me oil that, I'm sorry. I can't help but bounce around in it. Let me oil it real quick. It doesn't really help for very long, but I'll try. 3-in-1 or WD here. We'll see if we can temporarily get it to stop. You just have to do this on a regular basis. Can't seem to find out where the squeak is actually located. That's half the problem. Let's see if that did anything. Let's see if that did anything. Hope so. So far, so good. Yeah. Got a little squeak now. Yeah, a little mouse squeak. There it is. Yeah, I really need to get me a new chair. Sorry about that. All right, it's still squeaking. So anyways, what they would do is when they started blowing these whistles, theoretically, if they were running out of an area, then when this guy started blowing the whistle, if they started to run this direction here, then it would set off that motion light or whatever it was, a motion light, a K2, as I said, the EDI. And then this guy would start blowing his whistle and seeing if it progressively started moving down the hallway each time somebody would start blowing a whistle. And she's waving. When they did that last night, oddly enough, the middle two devices, there was an EDI and I believe the K2 meter. And he said he had a Mel meter that also was responding when they all started blowing their little dog whistles. The flickering right now is they've got the overhead lights on, and so we have fluorescent lights, and people don't realize that fluorescent lighting, it blinks. It's really bad for your eyes, but our naked eye generally doesn't see the blinking motion. But because we're catching frames per second with our video cams and whatnot, it is actually catching the lights blinking. To us, our lights don't react fast enough, and it looks like the lights are just when we're not videoing, it looks like the lights are on steady, but they're not. They're actually blinking all the time. At any rate, it's also telling the IR camera that it's daytime and kind of freaking out the camera. It doesn't know if it wants to turn on the night vision or the day vision. So sometimes it'll freak out. I'm thinking that they're probably going to turn out the main light as they get this experiment going, because it's the only way you're going to see the laser grid and everything else. I believe they are setting up the fog machine right now in the main potato cellar area, that hallway there. And if that's the case, then I don't have a camera down there to really see what they're doing. We do have others in the building right now. Let's check out and kind of see what everybody else is doing. I think he was going to have everybody down there for the experiment. And they all may be and just off camera, we just can't see them. I'm going to look in the other cams over here to my other side here, and I got to fix them. Here, main. There we go. There's nobody on the first floor that I see in any of these cameras. So basically everybody is downstairs right now, and probably more specific, all in the basement here. These 4 cameras up on the top, these are all down in the basement. This is the potato cellar. It looks like they've got a device of some sort sitting in that hallway right there. I'm not sure what that is. Could be a REM pod, it could be a K2 meter, I'm not sure what it is. In the slaughter room, there's nobody in the slaughter room. Nobody in the room with the chair, which is at the top of the potato cellar. And I kind of have a feeling that actually they might be in this corridor right up here that we can't see, that runs parallel this direction here from the potato cellar. And that may be where they're doing the experiment right now, and that's why everybody's gathering in this hallway. Because I don't even see the fog machine. And I didn't get her name. She's their resident psychic. Her and Adrian. These two guys are super intelligent. They're just a lot of fun to talk to, and they're really into what they're doing, and they have a lot of great ideas. Okay, that's Adrian. She's one of the hosts for this event this weekend here at the Holy Cross Abbey Monastery in Canyon City, Colorado. Again, thank you all your raiders. If you're still here, I'm sorry I wasn't at the base when you guys raided and be able to welcome all you. I hope that I had a moderator in here. But it doesn't look like I did, and so I probably lost that opportunity. I hope you guys come back. And if you like what I'm doing, then give me a follow there, and I'll try to continue to earn that follow. Check out, see what I'm doing. If you like what I'm doing, hang out. If you don't, then there's a lot of other channels. Go check out and see what they're doing, and then next time you see me pop up, come see what I'm doing. See what I'm doing. Oy vey, I think I need some water. I'm starting to get a little bit of a neck ache, and I got a headache. I'm looking to see if anybody's coming up the stairs from the basement. I don't see anybody. Where are my other glasses? I really need those. Kind of peeking over the top of these glasses like I'm the librarian or something. And I'm sorry, I tried to oil that chair. It just doesn't want to stop. Being a pain in your guys' ass. Kind of cushy on mine, but I can go down real quick and try to see what's going on, how the setup is going, where they're at, what they're doing. Come back and report to you. Wish list. Yes, things I can use to make my stream better. And I'm constantly doing that. I just upgraded some cameras here in the monastery this week. One today, as a matter of fact. Now when we go upstairs on the 4th floor and we check out Abigail's room, and we're in this hallway here, that's Abigail's room there, then I can actually take you into that room now, and you can see while they're doing an EVP session and whatnot. I need to replace this cam. The cam is crap, but it was the only one that I had left. I'm getting a new cam for it. Right? I need a squeakless chair for sure, because it does drive everybody nuts. And I gotten so used to it because I'll sit here and rock while I talk, and not realizing that you guys are going nuts because you have to listen to this crap. Okay, I see him going into the library for something. He must have forgot. He's in the library now. That's Nick. They brought a whole lot of equipment. They drove here all the way from their respected states, Illinois and Indiana. And they are Things Paranormal. They did put a link up there. Let's see. Sir X, are you still in, or did you go out, or where you at, Sir X? You there? Anybody there? Nick's podcast, Facebook profiles. They got a whole bunch of links up in here, so if I could find. I don't see that part of the chat. By the way, if you guys are watching from Kick or from YouTube, Facebook, I don't monitor those channels so much, and I appreciate you watching, and please like and follow if you like what you're seeing. But come join us over here at Twitch, and then you can get involved in the chat, and I'll easily recognize you when you come into the chat, because this is basically what I monitor. I do have 3 monitors in front of me, but I've got the the downstairs camera to my right, and all the other floors, the 4 floors in the basement on my left here. And so, yeah, and then I stream everything through Streamlabs. And so I don't monitor YouTube, Facebook, and the other social mediums that I'm streaming to right now. So come join me on Twitch if you're hearing this. I would love to have you here and know that you're here. And it'll continue to stream to all those platforms if you prefer not to. And again, thank you for dropping in. Thank you for viewing my videos and being a part of this. I do a lot of stuff throughout the week. I am getting ready to start traveling, I think, at the end of September. That's always fun. I do a lot of abandoned exploration and stop at a lot of roadside oddities, and you just never know what I'm going to be doing. And so you have to kind of drop in and see what I'm up to. Hence the name, What's Up, Gramps? Sir is yeah, he's lurking. Okay, well, yeah, I went down to pee, ended up playing the organ and chatting with their medium for quite a while. Learned some interesting stories and stuff from her. It was just really cool. Okay, they're filling up that hallway now with the fog. You can see it starting to fill in. Nice. We're going to fill the whole entire hallway and see if they can't get an apparition to appear. Now we do have, it's described as almost a 7-foot tall creature down there that keeps the crawler, who used to be somewhat aggressive and down in the basement. But the new entity that's down there, the big tall thing, seems to scare the crawler because he doesn't come out when the big tall thing's down there. And the big tall thing has been seen by several different groups on 3 different occasions, and including a week ago, but with my my psychic sidekick, Sean Crochet, saw it, and it had red eyes. Big tall thing downstairs. So we haven't come to the conclusion that it's bad for us, but obviously the crawler doesn't want anything to do with it, which is a good thing for us. So again, I can't see where their whole group is. Do need to get a drink. It's going to take a minute to fill up that hallway. I'm going to get a drink. I'll run down real quick. Well, I won't run, but I'll head down real quick and see about how long it's going to be before they take off and get started. So do that real quick. And really, I'll be right back this time. I'm not going to hang out down there. Houston, we have a go. Okay, you guys can't really see the laser grid. They were having problems getting the fog machine going apparently. Gotta catch my breath. Woo! So they've got people lined up down at the end of the hallway there. They've got a laser grid on a tripod shooting down the hallway. And a couple people just on the other side of the camera here that you can't see. And they're doing the whistle as well. And they have RIM pods, EDI, the what is it, like a bear cam or something. You see it in the middle here. And by blowing the whistle, then what they're hoping for is these lights will start lighting up and something will come running through the fog. And that's what they're kind of doing the experiment for right now. So let's see what happens, huh? Cool experiment, never been done before, why not, you know? It's like the fog is starting to get a little heavier now. Now remember, it's pitch dark down for them. There are no regular lights. So you kind of saw him reach down towards the floor when he crouched down there, and that's because he really doesn't have any vision down there right now. Nice and clear for us because we're watching it through the IR cam, but that does nothing visually for a human. Doesn't help you see any better in the dark. Only the cameras. Quite an interesting weekend. Jeremy and Nick I will bring back into see he's reaching I will bring them back in and we will do an interview and do some Q&As with them. Very interesting guys, great stories. And actually I hope maybe I'll connect with them when I hit the road again and heading back south and maybe parts of the east. If I get on Route 66, I'll maybe just meander all the way into Chicago and catch up with Nick there. Do some investigating with them and on their turf. Who we got there? Little Spirit Girl. Hey there, how are you? How was the concert? How was the concert? So they're trying a new experiment down here in the hallway. It's quite interesting if you're just joining me, Misty. They're filling the hallway with fog. They've got a laser grid down at the end of the hallway down here, shooting all the way up the hallway to this other end. They have RIM pods, EDIs, motion lights, anything that lights up, a K2 meter, lined up through this hallway from the one end to the other. Then off to the side, in some of these side rooms and whatnot, they have other people in these rooms or in the strategically placed in the hallway with dog whistles. So what they're trying to do is this guy here, his name's Jeremy. He's out of, he's with Things. That's the name of the, not Things Paranormal, but it's an acronym, you know. But if you go to Things, and I have his links all over here, he's got all kinds of podcasts and does a lot of stuff. Pretty well-known guy. And he tries a lot of out-of-the-box stuff, and this is one of his this is one of his experiments. Good. Say hi to Lexi. Is she there now? So the idea here is this person will start blowing a dog whistle. Then the next person, about 5 seconds later, they'll blow the dog whistle. Then 5 seconds later, this guy down here will start blowing a dog whistle all the way down the hallway. And what they found is, contrary to what he thought when he first started doing the experiment, she went to bed. Cool. Okay. Contrary to what they thought would happen, oh wow, somebody turned on the light again, then he thought that it would draw the spirits in. But instead, it chased them away. They went running from the sound of the dog whistles. But what happened when they did that was, like at the end of the hallway there, then they would see like the motion light go off. And then as the other guys started blowing their whistle, it'd run past them and the next light would go off, an EDI or a K2. And this happened all the way down when they were experimenting, wherever they were at. It ran out of that area, lighting up all the devices as it did. So that's the experiment tonight. Now they've added the fog to the whole thing, along with the laser grid. And that way, and they're waving to me, that way if if something comes through that fog, that laser grid will put the outline and they'll catch an apparition running through the fog. What a cool idea, you know, why not? Try it, cool. I'm all for it. So that's what they're trying to do right now. Yeah, they've never done it before. This is Jeremy's original idea. And this is the first time they've done it while they were on the road. And they said, actually, they came across the first time they did it, they caught the apparition on 3 times that night of the guy, his friend and partner. His brother had committed suicide like 6 months earlier, and it was his brother running through there. Later on, they had a conversation somehow, and I'll have to get back with them. You'll have to listen to the stream earlier when I was interviewing them, and was communicating from the other side, the do's and don'ts from the other side. And it was pretty incredible, you know, how valid it is. I don't have it. Look at that. Somebody standing right there. Doesn't that look creepy? It sure looks like, if that's not a person, it sure looks like there's something there. You guys seeing what I'm seeing? Right here's the head. Here's some shoulders. Wow, that was crazy. And again, they got the light on, and that's what's causing the conflict here. These guys have to wrap it up here pretty soon because they've got to be back to work in Chicago. I guess on Tuesday. So they're wrapping it up, gonna start picking up their equipment, they said just after midnight, and try to be on the road by 5 a.m. in the morning. Like a 20-hour drive, solid, straight for them. It's like they're concluding it. I'm not sure. I'm glad you joined too. I'm glad you joined too. Something else I did, Misty, while we're kind of in between here, I swapped out the cameras on the 3rd floor and said, well, that other 3rd floor camera that we had about halfway here was shit anyways. I decided a better place to do that. So today I moved and reran some cable, took it up to the 4th floor, because we always catch the 4th floor through this hallway and whatnot. And we always catch Abigail's room, but we never know what's going on in there. So I ran the camera into Abigail's room, and now we have a camera in Abigail's room here. Somebody can sit here and do an EVP session. We can see them, and then we can also see Abigail. And we have a new addition. They brought Abigail another doll here and a little sack of M&Ms. So that's pretty cool. I did get that camera replaced on the 2nd floor classroom. This is a new camera. It's looking kind of dark here. Let me fix that real quick. Lighten it up so it's not bad, but that's a brand new camera, brand new IR, brand new setting. Got it up yesterday. Got rid of that old crappy camera that was giving me problems. Let's see where we at here. I think it was actually the very last cam. No. Classroom. Where's the classroom? There it is. Number 7. Got to go to cam 7. Okay, and now I can lighten it up a little bit. Come on, cam 7. There we go. Yeah, come on in. Okay, that's fixed. Turn. There, now we got. Well, how'd it go down there?
There's a lot of residual energy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like,
All the negative.
hang on a second. You got to scoot in, introduce yourself, let them know who you are, what you're doing. And
Hi, I'm Jan.
here, let me get up here. I don't know what that was. Okay, you're Jen.
Yes.
Yes, as a
Yeah.
matter of fact.
Hi,
and
I'm Jan.
Dennis.
Yeah. I'm not Janice. I'm Jan. No, when we went down there, right where that cross section is, Nick and I were having problems. We had some movement down there while we were setting things up. We're going to be looking at the cameras when we
So are they
Yes,
wrapped
please.
up right now for that section? It looks
Yeah.
like they're working that other hallway by the looks of the,
yeah, we're going to go through. We're clearing everything.
okay?
But we're wrapped. All that residual energy, though, just bundled right up in that corner. And when we started blowing the whistles, Nick and I could feel it gathering in that one area. And I'm honestly wondering if it doesn't gather in that one area, because that's where everybody gathered.
When it clears up, you'll have to point out where, yeah, you can't even see that hallway right now.
Adrian said she did have some movement going on down there.
Uh-huh.
On the other end, she had the laser and she had her camera going, and she said that the camera was picking up more that we couldn't see with our eyes that she was seeing on our end, but it was coming down near Nick and I.
When you guys first flipped on the lights here and you kind of gathered up right here and you guys were all talking, It looked like there was something standing right behind you.
Yeah, and that's what we were looking at. That's where we were saying there is movement down there. I heard my name again. And it wasn't Jan, it was Janice being called out. We felt movement. We saw things move. Things move. There's a sock and a candy wrapper down there that.
Oh, in the big room over here, off to the side? was
Yeah.
it? Okay, that was left over from when they filmed the movie down there. They filmed a movie and they left. There was the lockers that are down here now were actually down there, and it fell out of one of the lockers when we brought them up
moved.
here. It moved?
Yeah.
Okay, I can't explain that.
Yeah, it was all of a sudden in the floor. The wrapper was in the floor, and there's no air movement down there. It's steel.
Right.
Still, it's my accent. But I walked through there at least 5 times. That wrapper and that sock wasn't in that position. They moved in the room. And I should have taken a picture. I didn't. I didn't think
It's
that.
probably still there, right? I mean, you could, but it's after the fact.
It's after the fact.
Yeah.
We did hear screaming down there earlier, like a kid being whooped. But
From which end, which direction? Okay.
the girls were saying, I'm looking at the
You
basement.
can use that.
I'm looking at the cameras and I don't even know what the basement is. So when
Right
you
up
go,
here, these 4 are all basement. Sorry for my chair squeaking. I tried to will it. Can't do nothing about it. I think Incognito put it on my wish list. New chair that doesn't squeak.
it was coming from the potato cellar,
So that'd be over here.
right? But they were also saying it was down by the haunted house area too.
Okay,
And
that
it
would
was
be
moving.
down further down the
Further
hallway
down,
here.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But it was moving. They heard it twice.
The screaming? Okay. Huh. I wonder, did it sound like it could have been something outside?
We were wondering if it wasn't the banquet next door.
That's possible, but
One of
they-
the kids getting in trouble.
Or just fucking around?
Yeah.
You know? That's possible, because there's a lot of people over there right now.
Right, so
But
that's,
there shouldn't be any kids as far as I know. I think it's an all adult thing. No? There's
there
kids
was,
over-
there was kids over there with me.
Okay, I would bet then, there's 350 guests over there. So there's gonna be some
So, yeah,
noise.
so there's gonna be some noise.
And if any of those windows are open, which there's a good chance that some of them are,
We'd catch it.
it's gonna come right through.
This is an awesome place.
So what are some of the experiences you've had the last 2 nights? Now just so everybody knows, she's the psychic petite for the team, because she doesn't like to be a medium.
Yeah. Yesterday when we showed up, it was
Candy
quite-
little girl?
Actually, yes.
Yeah, I got a butterscotch if you want a butterscotch. Okay, I'll take the butterscotch. Actually, you said,
Yesterday when we came in, it was really heavy. It was really oppressed. And it seemed like a lot of things were not wanting to come out. They were definitely didn't feel welcome in their own space anymore. When you have something like that happen and you take away what's oppressing them. Today when I came in, and the whole team has mentioned it, it's lighter in here. It's brighter.
so let's talk about that for a second. Because we gotta kind of back up a little bit as to what happened last night. Because it happened early on, and it got half the team in an uproar the rest of the night. You were there. And if you want to share some of the stuff we were talking about when we were down in the chapel, tell me your account of what happened, what was done afterwards, And why it seems to have a lighter feeling tonight than it did last night? Because it was something that you did, right?
There was, and I asked permission. It's not like I just came in here and did my thing. When it actually started at the nun house, we were sitting there, and Jeremy and I went back over there while you were doing the tour with everybody, because I only did part of the tour. We got back in the house, and the phone was ringing over there.
And the only
And-
problem with that is there's no phone over there.
No,
Or
there
is. a
there
phone.
is.
There
There's
is.
two phones.
Yeah, one upstairs and one downstairs.
Right. But it was coming from the conference room on the left.
And there's no phone.
There's no phone in there. Then it was coming from that master bedroom as you walked in.
The Aloysius room.
When I go down into the living room,
To
that
the grand
phone
room.
stopped. It just stopped the minute we walked in. We had equipment set up in there. Jeremy and I made sure that there was nobody in the house, cleared the house. We had two guys in there. They were sleeping though. They were out. They were racked.
You want some water? I've got your choice of either cold water or ice cold water.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Can you tell I'm a little dehydrated, guys?
Yeah.
Keep talking. So Jeremy I asked him to grab the EVP. I just wanted to see if we could actually catch some voices, because I thought I heard the. And within the first 30 seconds of an 11-minute EVP, my name was called 3 times. And it said, "I'm here, Jan." And then it said, "Janice." And then it said, "Jan" again. We knew right then and there something. It wasn't evil. It wasn't nasty. It was letting me know that when I came in here, I was going to be protected. The St. Matthew store opened. Just clink, clink. Swung right open, and the lamp started flickering.
This was at Sisters.
This is at the sister's house.
Okay. I'm kind of keeping up. Yeah, there's always that drunk lady screaming.
I'm the loud one. So when we came over here, the first thing I asked you if I could do is I could go pray.
Right, I remember that.
I went to the chapel, and when I went into the chapel, I felt it up in that corner, in that doorway, and I didn't even know that there was a doorway there.
Into the bell tower?
Into the bell tower. And it literally masked that whole entire doorway.
So blocked it out or
Just
something?
completely blocked it out. I didn't even know that St. Simon was sitting there at all until we walked up there. And every time I walked up there, I could feel something pushing me down. And that's when we made it up here to you guys last night. I chased it around the corner. Actually, I don't think I wasn't chasing it. It was leading me around the corner. And I had no idea. I had never been up on the second floor. Went through the bell room. And that's when I caught it next door. And it was literally sitting between the two doors.
Between my door and the door next to
Door
you.
next to you.
Because I saw all this happening in the cameras and whatnot.
Yeah, and did you see me jump around in that doorway? And I pulled it open. It was literally coming around the doorway like this. And when I pulled it open and they told me that you guys were in here, because I yelled at it. Just like that. I yelled at it. And when I did, it went up against the wall and it slammed all the way down the corner. And then it said my name again.
The end of the hallway, or, okay. So, about that, was that the same time that Nick he was sitting in that front pew and he fell to the floor and everybody started huddling around him?
And then I came back in. And he told me that he had been attacked, and he had been. So I grounded him. I put a protection bubble over him. And I kind of just wrapped him up into my bubble to make sure that nothing was going to happen.
Hello.
And that's when we decided that it was,
Go to bed.
no, that it was time for this to go. That it was going to purposely attack certain people, that this was not anything meant for this round.
What is that flashing?
What black thing?
The basement hall.
Here? Just a bag.
Oh, no, on the basement hall?
Oh, basement hall. Here?
The second one?
That's the, where you guys were just doing the fog experiment?
Oh, why is it flashing?
Because
the
that
lights on.
fluorescent light's on, and it,
Oh.
Yeah.
Catches
okay.
the,
yeah, that's why I turned that light out, is because it was, I couldn't see what was going on. Okay, so you went back down to see Nick.
I went back down to see Nick, but you going to bed?
No, I'm not there.
Okay, be done. I love you.
Thank you. Oh, not me.
So, I told Nick, I said, I'm done. I'm not gonna play, because if it's gonna attack somebody on my team, or if it's gonna attack anything, it can't be here. It's not meant for this energy realm. It's not meant for this plane, so it has to go.
So Sean was up here at that time,
Mm-hmm.
and he immediately said, something's going on down there. I didn't bring any holy water. Do you have holy water? And he said, yeah, I still got that stuff over there on the table. So he grabbed it and went down. And that's about the time you came back in as
Mhm.
well.
Mm-hmm. I had gotten there probably about 3 minutes before,
Okay.
and that's when I was grounding him. And Sean came right around the corner, and we basically, Nick doused himself in holy water, which I was about ready to pour it all over him. As an energy worker, I trapped it in my veil. And I basically told it had to go, and we had the shout box on, and we were up in one of the rooms. I faced the appropriate way, and I pushed it out. And this shout box called my name 2 times, and then it said, I'm gone.
Now that, what is it called? Shout box?
Shout box?
Shout.
Mhm.
Okay. That's a new device, but it's basically an obelisk.
Right, it goes through and it runs through the channels and everything else. And
Okay.
I have a unique name. To come up with my name, to say Janice,
It's like me. Every time I hear handsome, I know they're talking about me.
you're like, yes.
Yes,
Me.
yes, that's me.
Well, and that was the first thing that happened when we went into the one room right off of the library. I got called a whore. I got called a motherfucker. I got called a bitch. And I said, what is it that you don't like about me? And it flat out yelled, bloodline. And I said, is there something on me that you don't like? He goes, everything.
So, is there something in your history,
Probably.
something you know about, and you just don't want to share? Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough. Okay.
But he called me out on the floor. He called me out on the floor. And he knew who I was, and that was cool.
So he was upset with your bloodline, not you personally,
You know, he was pissed that I was here
knowing your bloodline.
knowing my bloodline.
So do you come from a long line of witches or what?
Long line of diehard Roman Catholics and Masons.
Okay. Because I won't force it on you, but you do have my curiosity. So you were able to get it out.
I was able to get it out, and once it said I'm gone,
So
Rest
approximately how long after everything happened in the chapel, you chased her through the hallway? Because that whole sequence took about 15, 20 minutes.
I have no idea.
And then you went back down to the chapel, and that took another 15, 20 minutes to calm Nick down.
Did it really? When I'm working like this, but my time, it seems like it happens.
The night went really quick. All of a sudden it's midnight and I'm thinking, where did the time go?
I didn't sleep last night either. I did have marks. I have marks all over me.
Like, what
Scratch.
time?
I have. Well, you guys get to see. I have no problem showing you. I have one right here.
Okay.
One right there.
Oh, wow, that's a big one.
Somebody
Yeah.
pinched me. I have one on my back.
Yeah.
I have one on my breast right here.
You're
Then
not
I-
gonna show me that one, right? If so, we gotta.
This one. This one is interesting because it looks like it poked me.
Now, wait a minute. If I remember right, you guys were running around barefoot. Okay.
Oh yeah, but if you look, the rest of my feet are.
Okay.
That's the only area. And that didn't show up until after I got to the sister's house. And it burned. What you guys can't see is it's like about that big. It's dark red, and it has a dark purple poke in the center of it, like something.
So that's, all right, so let's say time-wise, that was all between, you guys got started late. It was like, I told everybody I was gonna start the stream last night at 9 o'clock, and it was actually like 9:30 before I even started the stream. So I'm thinking this probably happened around a quarter after 10. That was weird. That cam, there's somebody down there, but it just jumped.
Jumped. I caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Yeah, that was really weird because it came out of the, looked like a, yeah, it was Adrian. It looked like she came out of the bathroom, but when she did, it was like it jumped. Just that camera. Huh. Okay, so let's say, oh, that's yours, okay. Let's say that it was 10:30 that it started, basically in the chapel. So it was near midnight before you got things calmed down and everybody was back to investigating. And in contrast, the funny part is you guys were having an off-the-chart night, whereas MeMe and her group were getting bored, absolutely nothing happened, and they went over to the sister's house to see if they could shake something up over there.
They did. Did they tell you what happened over there? Two of the girls were sitting there, and it started saying my name again.
Over there.
Over there. As I was looking for a fireplace here. For some.
Keep looking at, I see chat popping up, and I'm just trying to stay on top of it. Oink, oink, oink. Cognito says, hi there, Spirit Girl. So go ahead.
So it was, the sisters were literally over there saying my name. And I don't know if they were protecting me with.
Do you know which room is this St. Teresa's? That's the one in the corner, right, you can see my RV from right there. Who's staying in that room?
I get a sister Ann and a sister Patty.
Well, there is a Sister Ann's room upstairs.
I mean, it's Sister Ann. Like
Which-
it was
well, yeah,
Sister
and,
Ann.
and that might have been her room, actual room, because they just named those rooms after random
Saints and
and some of the
prophets.
nuns. So there is a Sister Ann, but that didn't mean that was Sister Ann's real room. So it is feasible that Sister Teresa's room was, like you said, Sister Ann's room. But who's staying in there? Who physically is staying in there?
Jeremy?
weekend? Oh, really? Because that is that's the most active room over there. And what I would have done instead, and Misty, a little spirit girl, when she comes, I keep trying to get her to stay up in that room because they like girly girls. The girls that put on makeup and really, do all that stuff. And not that Misty does, she's not over the top like Cindy was. Cindy was she came to a mayhem, she stayed up there. We finished an investigation, and we were on the third day of investigating pretty hard for 2 days solid during mayhem. It was about 3:30 in the morning. I had a gal named Connie, another good friend of mine. She says, well, I'm done. I need to get some rest. I got to leave early in the morning, and so I'm done. And I said, well, I'll take you over to the sister's house. I'll hang out till you go to sleep, and then I'll leave because I don't want you over there by yourself because I know you'll freak out if you hear a bump or something like. She said, okay. So we went over there, and the whole time we're walking over there, all I could do is hear Connie going, oh, I'm so tired. I can't wait to hit the sack. I'm probably not even going to make it. I just want to go to sleep. Blah, blah, blah. We get over there, and we're in the grand room, and we're talking. 5 minutes goes by. 15 minutes goes by. 30 minutes goes by, and I'm thinking, Connie, I'm tired too. I want to go to bed. I thought you were so tired. Why don't you go to bed? But I didn't say that to her. I'm thinking anytime she's going to go to bed. Like 45 minutes later, she finally says, well, I'm going to go to bed. And I said, okay. Well, the grand room is directly below Sister Teresa's room. So we go to bed, and for all intent and purposes, it's like now it's like 4 o'clock in the morning. We sleep next day being 11 o'clock that afternoon. She's up. I come into the thing. She's making coffee and stuff. And when I walked in the door, she says, oh my God, you didn't hear anything. You're so deaf, you didn't hear anything, did you? And I said, what are you talking about? She says, oh my God, we were sitting there talking, and all I could hear was all this furniture and stuff being thrown around up above in the ceiling and stuff. And I was petrified because I got the room right next door, and I was afraid that if I went up there, they were going to get me, and I was terrified to go to bed. And finally, I got so tired, I just said, well, if they don't kill me, sleep deprivation is, and I'm going to take my chances.
The nuns aren't going to hurt anybody.
Well, she ended up going in and going to bed, right? So then about 30 minutes later, Cindy, the gal, had that room up there. She didn't come in until about 5 o'clock in the morning. And she had locked her door. Even most people, that's optional. There's locks on the door. You can do whatever. But she locked her door, so she knew that nobody could get into her room. But when she got back in at 5 o'clock in the morning, all the blankets been torn off the bed, all her makeup spread out all over the floor. The table that her makeup bag was sitting on was dumped over the side, and something else. But they were obviously pissed off at her. She says, I know nobody got in that room. There's no way they could. I had the only key. And Connie goes, oh my God, you won't believe that's what I heard. I heard stuff happening. So after mayhem, I went over there and I set up 2 static cams and left them running there. There was nobody in there for the entire week. So I just left them running, one into the hall, one or the bedroom, and one in another corner. And I captured the entire bedroom with 2 cameras. And then I had it was wireless, so I had the little monitor in my RV so I could watch it from the RV and see what's going on. So first day, nothing happened. Second day, around noon, all of a sudden, the alarm goes off on my little thing, and I'm looking in the camera, and I played it back. And what I captured was all of a sudden, and it's bright out, there's not a cloud in the sky, all of a sudden the cam started flickering, and it couldn't decide if it was daytime or nighttime, so it was going from color to gray.
Gray, so something is.
Back and forth like that, and then all of a sudden you heard a growl, and it turned into the gray side, and it was total daylight. And then that stuck for about a minute, and then it faded back into
Like
full
she was
color.
frustrated?
Well, I think what it was she didn't like a lady of a lot of vanity. I mean, the nuns didn't wear makeup and do all that stuff, and I think that upset that nun. Well, here's the thing. 6 months after mayhem, Sean and I went in there to do an EVP session. Now it's wintertime. The perfume that Cindy wore that weekend was still impermeated in that room. It was so strong. Yeah.
Holy
So it must
cow.
have pissed off one of the nuns saying, no, they're girly girls.
Well, we heard walking up and down the stairs. In fact, Scott heard shuffling when he had gone over there, and
She said she did. She stayed there at Mayhem, and she heard a voice that said, "Where's my cat?"
That is so funny because you know what? I smell cat litter.
Really? It wasn't us because it wasn't Archie.
No, I smelled cat litter. And remember me saying that yesterday? I don't know if I told you or Sean.
Might have been Sean.
And Sean goes, "What, are you smelling my cat?" And I said, "No, I continuously smell cat litter. Like, I smell cat." And it would just poof be there and poof be gone.
Wow.
So I wonder if that's not that's interesting.
That's pretty cool.
That is cool. Sean should remember me saying that because he made a smart ass comment.
Oh, not Sean.
Never. But yeah, it was interesting. It's been interesting. I love the feeling that this place has now, though. It's just so bright and it's so
Now, you
light.
didn't come to the march because I don't remember you being here.
No, I didn't.
So this is your first.
This is not my first time at the Abbey. This is my first time in the Abbey.
What the hell does that mean?
I used to work up here.
Where?
I worked for the ambulance.
Oh, okay.
So we
Okay.
used to.
Did you know Faith? By chance?
This was 2003, 2002.
Oh, okay.
Like, it's been a long time. In fact, I don't remember this place.
It's funny. That's what little spirit girl. That's what her daughter is EMT's gonna study into being an RN. So.
Don't go RN. Go paramedic, and then get hired in the ER. And you get paid more than an RN.
Words of advice.
Words of advice.
So, kind of side note here that I found very interesting, and another story as we were chatting there, is you are a fellow RVer too.
Yes, I am. Yes.
And so you're full time.
Full time. Full time.
And right now you're in Utah?
Utah.
Okay.
Utah. Don't ask me where we're going to be in 4 months. Because I have
Well,
no
I
idea.
get that.
Yeah,
I love
that's
that
great,
one.
man.
Yeah,
I have a little coffee cup that says that my kids got me for Christmas. That says "Home is where you park it."
Uh-huh.
Amen.
I got one that says I sleep around.
Yes. This was not a pull-out couch tonight. I love it. You get to see new places, get to do new things. I travel. I'm a gypsy.
How long have you been doing it?
Jesse's been doing it for a couple of years. I've been helping him do it for the past couple of years on and off. Now that we got the kids and online schooling and everything else, we're finally going to be at it full time. So instead of just doing it here and there with him, we're going to be on the road with him now. We have no house. We have nothing. We just said, poof, we put everything in a Connex.
So you're homeschooling?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yep. I'm homeschooling.
Well, I got to go to Salt Lake today. I'm taking the kids to school.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really interesting to it's only a couple hours a day, so what else do you do for the rest of the day? We go hunt petroglyphs.
So are you like right on the state lines up around Dinosaur area?
I was in Vernal in Dinosaur area, and then we moved 4 hours the opposite way, and we're now near Eden.
Okay.
Which Liberty, Utah has the oldest bar in the Mississippi, west of the Mississippi, and that's where
In a
we're at.
Mormon state, no less.
In a Mormon state. Yeah. Try being Roman Catholic. And not being able to find a church. Which is strange.
Yeah.
It's weird, but it is what it is.
So that's an interesting point too, because I don't know a lot about Roman Catholics. I was raised Mormon. I asked to be excommunicated when I was 20. And it was an interesting thing there because they said, well, if you do that, we're striking you from the book of life and you'll no longer be recognized in heaven. And we are taking away your baptism and stuff like that. And I'm saying, that was a bond between me and God. You guys had nothing to do with that shit.
Well, first of all, they don't worship the Trinity, so how do they think they can baptize?
So
I'm
anyway,
old
yeah,
school.
well, the whole,
I'm old school.
the whole hypocrisy of that religion. So I left it, but I did. Here's a fun fact. There was 7 years I was actually a Southern Baptist youth minister. Interesting, right? Because I don't have any of those traits, but I love the kids, and the kids love me, and
They're pure.
and I wasn't about the fire and brimstone. Nobody ever checked what I was doing. That was the whole thing, So I didn't put the fire and hell or heaven ultimatum before the kids. I just merely said, "How's your life going? What's going on?" And I was there for them. Mm-hmm. And it was a great experience. But then we lost our pastor then, and he went on into Texas. And then for 2 years, I was actually the pastor while we were on the pastor search. And opening and closing the church on 6 days a week. I've done weddings, I've done funerals. I would speak from the pulpit on Sunday mornings. I was not meant to do. I didn't want to do that. I didn't know how to do that. I didn't, That
But how did you do it?
So I just did it. They said, "Well, God will guide you."
And did he?
And apparently I was able to do the bluff, but the whole thing was when we got the new pasture, being a ghost hunter in a Southern Baptist church is a no bueno, because there's no gray area. It's heaven or it's hell, one or the other. There's no stop off in the middle and figure out what you're doing.
So it's religion stuff when it comes to energy working, and especially being Roman Catholic. How do I want to put this? What I do leaves no doubt in my mind that there is a God.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't believe. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I mean,
Right. So I had somebody come up to me and ask me. My kids went to Catholic school, and they came at me pretty hard. How do you say that you believe in God doing what you do? I said, how can I say that I can't believe in God? Like, how can you say that I don't? Who do you think guides me through this? If anything, I can look at you solidly and go, you know what? There is a God. I have no question. I know who he is. I know what he feels like. And you can't tell me any different. So who's going to waver me in my faith?
And
You're not questioning me about what I do.
And that was my argument. God didn't go. Jesus didn't go to the choir and preach. He went to mass.
That's right.
And I'm out there, and
That's why we call it mass.
And I'm giving, empowering them the power to overcome through the Spirit of Christ. So how can you shun me for doing God's work? Because I was legit. I mean, I was, when I was back in the day that I would do private home investigations. Don't ever get into that. Don't do it. It's a can of worms, and it's never ending story.
They never leave?
Never again. But when I was doing that, you have to be able to empower the people, because it's all about fear. The bottom line is fear.
Oh, it's fear.
Once you give in to the fear, you're screwed. So you have to figure out, are they spiritual? Or are they a Methodist? Do you have to find a priest? Do you have to find a shaman? It depends on whatever their beliefs are. They have to believe in what they're going to armor themselves with in order to
face the world.
Exactly, or face the demon, so to speak. And I found through a lot of this, and I'm not being racist in any way, but whenever I dealt with Hispanic families, they were hardcore Catholic.
Yes, sir.
And they're ingrained since they're kids that everything's demonic. Everything's demonic. That window whistling at night because it's got a crack in the window is a demon whistling through the window. No, it's a broken window pane, and you guys need to calm the hell down.
That's a sign, mija. No, mija. No, mijo. Put that down. No, mijo. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Adrian's laughing.
Yeah, and it must be interesting for you to keep walking in and out of these conversations, because one minute we're talking about snow tires, and the next day it's, or the next time you walk in, it's like Jesus Christ, and the next time it's like,
With me.
we're all over the board.
Well, and that's one thing that I will tell you that I did yesterday. I played Mass.
Play what?
I played Mass in the chapel. And when I did that, that's when it rocked and rolled. The minute that opening hymn played.
Uh-huh. Wow. Did you guys play any of those Gregorian chants?
No, I just straight played
We were busy
Mass.
with the chapel
Okay.
and then empty air.
Yeah, I put my phone on the ledge and I let Mass play and walked away.
So what is Mass?
Church service.
Okay.
So when's the last time church service has been held in the chapel?
It's hard to say
Because
which religion, because there's been services held here by a multitude of. We even had the
Weddings.
Mennonites and in here one weekend, one whole week. They love singing in the chapel. They love the
vibration.
vibration and the sound. You know, they said that it was so glorious to actually hear the echoing of our voices together and blending and what and they had a great time. Haven't been back since, but
Well, I can tell you it's been a while because there is no holy water.
right.
There is no holy water dish, so Catholic Mass hasn't been. When's the last time that somebody actually went in there and prayed
Well,
as a
there was
Catholic?
the exorcism this last fall,
That's not Mass.
but there was a lot of praying, a lot of, yeah. You're right, and I don't know, honestly. I would say it was probably back when they finally shut it down, because the last 4 years, it was shut down in 98. But the last 4 years of that, there was no students here. It was held for the monks. It was a monks retreat. And
So there was some form of Mass.
there was, yeah, absolutely, up till 1998. So I say since 98, there hasn't been a formal Mass that I'm aware of, or even would guess.
Adrian? Did you hear that? That's
So we
actually.
got Adrian, not a ghost over here. She's
Yeah,
sitting off to the
she's
side.
nodding. Yeah, she's already passed out. Both of her and I, we didn't get any sleep last night. No sleep. I can't sleep after doing something like that.
Yeah. I didn't go to sleep till after the sun come up. And then I went to sleep. Then I didn't get up till 1:30. So.
That's pretty nice. Sleep through all of
Let's
it.
see here. Oh yeah.
I bet you woke up to those banging trucks.
Banging trucks.
Yeah, you didn't wake up to the banging trucks at 11 o'clock in the morning?
They were delivering the food.
Actually, that RV is pretty well insulated, and I put, those sun visors that they got.
Yeah.
They line my windows back there, so it's totally dark during the, yeah, and it keeps the heat out in the summer and the cold in and out in the winter.
I do want to tell you though, I had to walk in front of your RV, just to let you know, like twice, to make sure that there wasn't somebody running around it.
When,
Last night.
because the cops were here about 4:30 in the morning, and they kept hitting the spotlights all over the side of the building.
Because there was kids over here running around. And Scott, when they went back the first time over there, Scott heard somebody go, boo. And they were talking to each other, two kids. And he put the spotlight on them, and they go, oh shit, and they were gone. And then later, when we came outside, there was one boy walking across here, nobody knew who he was, probably 17, 18 years old. Then the cops showed up.
Again, yeah, because it came a second time.
Oh,
Yeah. So
Because I could see the spotlights through the window.
okay.
Because I didn't go to bed, like I say, till the sun started coming up, and I finally went to bed. But
I was like, no, we're just gonna take a walk around. I normally don't do this because this
There is
is no.
today I went up and I picked up, there was a pair of pants, some socks, and some tennis shoes in the breezeway there.
That reminds me,
You saw a guy with no shirt, with just a shirt on?
That
there is a sock down in the basement.
She was telling me,
There's also a pair of underwear over here where we're loading and unloading.
out
Pair of
back,
underwear and a black glove.
out back.
Mhm.
They're
Where
still there?
I was last night. You know where that staircase is blocked off with
Yeah,
that
yeah,
gate?
yeah.
Right down in there.
In the grade? Down below?
On top, it was like thrown down.
Well, there's some weird stuff going on here lately.
There is.
Got people running around with no panties and no pants.
Yeah. And
But
what's
you
up?
have to tell everybody I'm not wearing panties. That was
Oh,
between you and
I'm
I.
sorry, the cat's out of the bag now. And actually,
It was out of the bag the whole
actually,
time.
they can only see I've got a shirt on right now. They have no
Oh,
idea
yeah,
I'm
they have
sitting
no
here.
idea, like.
Yeah. I got no pants on.
But yeah, overall, this is a beautiful place.
So you guys had fun. I know this is your second time, Adrian, so
Oh, yeah.
investigating.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you live here in Colorado also, or
I
no?
live in Greeley.
Greeley, okay. Okay, so, and you're Utah for now.
For now.
And then we had the guys from Illinois and Indiana.
Yep.
Those guys are, wow, they're amazing. They've got they've been doing it a while, and they've got quite a repertoire to pull from.
Yep, we do. And next year, what I would like to do is, I haven't asked him yet, so I don't want to drop any names, but, celebrity from one of the shows, we had him on another, we had him at Salami Temple. And,
My daughter's boyfriend,
yeah,
future husband. He doesn't know yet. She's 5.
that is Mustafa. He is
Okay.
Mustafa from Ghost Hunters.
He's on the new.
I don't watch
New
any of
season.
that
He's
stuff.
amazing.
I don't usually either, but
He's amazing. He is just such a nice guy. He doesn't care about the show. What he's in it for is truth.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you don't believe that until you see it. Because you're like, yeah, whatever. He's on the show. He's got a big head. Just
See, Rich and I was offered the position of Grant and Jason way back 15, 17 years ago.
I tell you what, I like Grant. And I like
And
Jason.
we turned it down because of the fact, I'm not gonna act up for a
Right.
producer, and I'm not gonna do the dance just because I'm on TV.
right.
If nothing's happening, nothing's happened, guys, I'm sorry.
And Mustafa, when he was doing his lecture, which he was there to do a lecture and to do the world's largest ghost hunt. And unfortunately, I was dating my husband at the time, and he had a kidney stone. He was passing the whole time we're hunting, and didn't tell me. I just see him in the corner like this. And I was like, okay, it's time to go. And I got to do like one room with Mustafa. But you know, it was my job to take care of him when he got there. I was the underdog, you know. It was my job to make sure he was okay. He was,
Well, of course it is. But
and I did my job, you know, until he got there. When he got there, he looked down and he was like, Adrian.
That's how tall he is. He looked down and
He
said,
looked
"Who's
down.
Adrian?"
Downstairs. But he says, I just want to say thank you. Of course, everybody's trying to talk to him. First thing, I just want to say thank you. First thing. And I'm like, you're welcome, I haven't done anything. He's, you let everybody know when I was late. That hard. But he was just so humble and so nice. And you can call him up, and he's the handsome.
My daughter's never even met him, and I didn't even know that they had a new season on. It's on, you know, one of the streaming networks, and that I don't promote, nor will I ever say that I admit that I buy. But so she sees him and she goes, "Ah, that's my boyfriend.
how old
I'm
is she?
so in love." She was 4 at the time.
Yeah.
I'm so in love.
She's as animated as her mother.
Yeah.
She's a mini-me.
Uh,
But yeah, I mean, we have a lot of We have a lot of connections, but we have a lot of good friends.
Yeah. It's
And-
kind of funny because it was interesting talking to both Nick and Jeremy. We have a lot of mutual friends as well from, way back. The Booth brothers, Keith Age, a lot of the old school investigators, which was pretty cool. And I'm definitely going to stay in touch with those guys, and we'll swap some, bring them in on an interview on mine and do some podcasts for them on theirs. And
Yeah,
so-
that's my podcast too, so
Yeah,
you'll
yeah.
have to deal with me too.
And me.
So,
I told Nick, I said, no, I was here. I get to join. I'm jumping on that podcast. The Supernatural.
You will not be careful that we have tried that.
What, going on the podcast?
Uh-huh.
I was on it.
You were a guest on it a
Yeah,
couple
that's
times,
what I
that
said.
was it. They tried to get you on it.
Oh, yeah, they try to get me on it.
on it.
I only come.
Get down on it.
Yeah.
I only go on, now I'm on the move. I don't know when I'm gonna have internet. I don't know when I'm gonna be home.
I forgot those days, and it's kind of fun. The part that sucked when I was really hitting the road hard, I made the mistake of trying out my first iPhone. When you don't have internet service, you can't even edit your photographs on your laptop because you can't transfer those files from the cloud over to your computer. And then, and like you get a lot of great video, and you're thinking, okay, I'm 14 days back in the woods. I'm gonna edit this great YouTube video, and you can't even get the shit off your phone. And then this is what really pissed me off, by the time you got it off the cloud, if you filmed it in like 1920 by 1080, you only got it back as 720 by 480, and you've lost
half the quality.
Yeah, and I'm saying, oh, hell no. So I ended up eating that, I think it was $900, and going out and buying another
Android.
Android.
I love my Android.
Yeah.
And I think they take better pictures anyways. They're easier
I
to
do.
use, and they're
Yeah.
just.
There's no advantage. I mean, I tried to like it. I hated the iPhone. You can keep all
You can
want.
even. I can't even pay you to
Apple
like it.
products, you can keep them all. I'm not a Mac guy. Yeah.
What time is it? It is time I said I was heading, but I got a
12:30.
12-hour drive.
Oh yeah, you gotta go. You're heading home?
Yeah, tomorrow morning. 5:30.
And where you gotta go?
I gotta go all the way to the border of basically Nevada and Utah.
Oh, that's right. You're like less than an hour from Skinwalker, right? That's gotta be pretty cool. I'll have to talk to my twins down there, and you can get down there too.
Yeah, you get down there. I'll meet you down there.
Might do that because I haven't decided where I'm going come September. I just know I'm getting the hell out of Dodge. And I actually thought, well, maybe if I go up into Utah and then drop into Nevada and then come out through Arizona and then end up in New Mexico.
Skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skull will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
It didn't even scare me. I'm
Who
just
did
like,
that? Rico.
I'm like, hi.
Yeah.
I'm awake, I promise.
And then, like I said, I'd ultimately end up in Texas, and then I'd be.
Why don't you just make the loop?
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Just
You know.
hit the circle. Don't even hit Route 66. Go hit the mining towns.
And I thought about that.
Go hit all the ghost towns in New Mexico.
Now that they're over the COVID crap.
Oh, and we're not shut down for like a year and a half?
Yeah. I told you I go down there to Tucumcari for the barbecue. And when I was down there the last time, I went to the grocery store to stock up on supplies, and everybody was in their mask and stuff. They didn't see me come in the store. I had no mask. I wasn't buying into any of that crap. Went through the whole store, got the stuff that I had, and the guy was like gonna refuse to check me out because I didn't have a mask. I said, look, I got the stuff right here. And you don't have a mask. You need to go get a mask, man, or you come out and don't you come back till you got one. And I'm saying, look, I got my stuff right here. I got my money in my pocket. Bring me out, and I won't come back without a mask. I promise you. I just won't come back.
Right.
And so he ended up bringing me out. I threw the stuff in the RV, and I said, fuck it, I'm going back to Texas. At least they're staying over in Texas. And I went back into
We were only
Shamrock.
we were only allowed over the holidays in 2020, and in it was 2020 over the holidays. We 11 people in Walmart.
That was it.
That was
When I
it.
on
That
the
was
road,
all we were allowed. And and we had elderly standing out there freezing, getting sick, passing out because they needed food. And by the time that they got in there was nothing left.
And that was the whole thing too. You know, everybody was panicking over toilet paper and Clorox and all this stuff. I never did run into a shortage
Yeah.
in the small towns because people respected other people. They
Right.
said, my neighbor might need some, so I'm going to take what I need so that there's enough for everybody.
Yeah, and that's
It's a whole different world out on the road, and I love it. I love
It
meeting
is.
the people. I love hearing the stories. And COVID was one of the greatest times to be living the RV life because the roads were empty, gas was cheap, super cheap.
we were talking about that.
You'd go to a small town, and it could be the middle of the day, and not a single car on Main Street. You could shoot a picture 5-6 blocks long and not have a single car in that photograph because everybody's locked down in home.
That's actually, I had a lot of good friends that are photographers, and that's what they were doing. They were just going out and they were doing
I got tons of them, and it's true story.
You're tired.
True story.
I know.
So
I gotta get you my name, my number, my address, that I ain't gonna be on in like a week.
and I'm on to the 8675309 trick. So don't be pulling that on me. I know. And I'm easy to get a hold of. You find me here, and then all my social medias and all my everything is here. And
He
I think
really is, and
everybody-
he actually does answer.
Unless I could see you out the window, then I just step out and wave to you
Yeah.
like, you can hang up now.
Right.
Yeah. I did that with MeMe. She couldn't get that door open, and I sat there and I watched them all go up there. It took them forever to get from the sister's house to the front door. And in fact, I just finished making my dinner. I pretty much finished my dinner, and they're still trying to figure out how to get in that door.
Yeah, they were telling us that
And
they couldn't get
so
in.
I texted them. I said, having troubles with that door, are you? And I said, okay, here's what you do. Call me. So she calls me, and I said, okay, you got to turn that switch back, and then you got to, she tried and tried. Now I'm finishing dessert, putting the dishes away, got my, and I see him still over there. I said, I'll be right over. So I came over and opened it up. Turned out it wasn't all on her because I'd given him the last combination, not the current combination.
Those 4 digit
So they may or
numbers.
may not known how to open the door. That door is fussy. It is broke, and that lock is very finicky. But it helps if you got the right combination to begin with. So yeah,
That's
I
not
kinda
1, 2, 3, 4.
screwed them on that. Pretty much, it just as well could have been.
It
You
could
know,
have
it
been,
would have
yeah.
mattered. Maybe it would have had a better chance of opening. I don't know.
Probably.
So you know what you guys didn't do this time? You didn't. Nobody ever went over to Lewithorn at all.
To where?
To the Lewithorn Hall, the haunted house over here behind us. Nobody ever went over.
No, because everything came here.
Yeah,
Yeah, everything literally came here.
which is fine. I
I've
mean,
never been in it.
I don't like it over there. It's kind of funny because I came here when it was still original. And it's kind of funny because back in that day, when 13 years ago, when we started investigating over there, they said, you have to wear the mask. Because we have such an asbestos problem. The building was condemned because of plumbing and asbestos problem, and then they got lead-based paint. So the Boy Scouts were making their haunted house here. They started like 7 years ago, and they were doing it exclusively down in the basement. Then about 4 years ago, somebody says, why don't you use Rule of Thorn Hall? Nobody does anything over there anyway, so they sent the Boy Scouts over there. The Boy Scouts do a tremendous haunted house. They're usually fighting for first or second place for the best haunted house in the state of Colorado. They really do a great job. So they're over there and they're cutting holes in walls and they're tearing up stuff and they're doing stuff, which is fine. The building's condemned. We don't care what they do over there. But all of a sudden, nobody mentions lead paint, asbestos, and they're running the public through there constantly. The Boy Scouts are in there. They'll start from July building the October haunted house, and they're in there every weekend. No mask, I go, and now the roof leaks so bad. Now we've got so much water damage and things getting saturated, and then they sit there until they mold and mildew. So now we're adding mold and mildew into the whole thing. I've got pulmonary fibrosis. That is not conducive to my lung condition, let alone healthy lungs. So I don't like going over there. But it is kind of crazy to go over there and check it out because it's a haunted house in a haunted house. I can definitely tell you that before the haunted house was there is no question that was the most active building on this entire campus. So, but nobody ever.
I wonder if that's the one that I am picking up on. Is that the one across the street from the nuns?
It's like right across the breezeway here. You go out the back door, that's that big building that you see over.
What is that
Yeah,
big
what-
building out there that you see when you're looking out, when you're looking at the winery?
That's the equine center.
Okay.
So the big barn, and then those were stables and stuff like that.
Oh, no, above it, like it's up on the hill.
Oh, that's somebody's house.
Oh,
And it's a
wow.
funny story. There was back
$1 million to put a maid in?
Oh yeah. Back in he started that house in the 1980s, and they built it and they never put the windows in. The guy, there was a story. He was I think the story went he had something to do with the mafia that he ratted him out, and he was underneath the
Witness protection.
yeah, and so he built this thing. Mysteriously, something happened to him, and they stopped construction. It sat there for another 10, 15 years. Nobody did anything with it. It was just a big hollow, big massive house. And then it was around 2000, finally they got the stuff ironed out in court, and construction started out again, but it still took like 2010. And then they finally put windows in, and somebody finally moved up in there.
That was a motel.
Yeah, that thing's got to be huge. I had my house before I had the RV was just under 10,000 square feet. It was massive, and I had 5-car garage and then a 2-car garage attached to the house, and then there was a whole mother-in-law's apartment next door. 2 bedrooms, and then I had a huge shop, and then the house, the library, and the den, and all that crap. It wasn't my idea, but yeah, I like my home now. It's a whole lot easier to clean. The only good thing, and I'll throw this in just for fun. Actually, it's God's truth, but the nice thing that I loved about that house is I could wake up with my ex in the morning and never see her the rest of the day and never leave the house.
Yeah, that was me and my ex.
Yeah, so
Over
that was the good
4,000
thing
square
about
feet.
having a huge house.
Yeah.
But it made that house makes my house look
Tiny.
small. Yeah.
Yeah, we really does motel. Jeremy had asked, what is that? That's what I'll ask.
All right. Y'all have a good night. Yeah, I'm 10 minutes past my bedtime.
10 minutes back, because you got to get up at 5 and hit the road, Jack.
I gotta sit with
Or
myself in this
Jan.
truck.
So I laid down. Sir X went to bed. He's back. You missed Misty. Misty was here. She said, "Where's Sir X? I'm leaving. I'm all brokenhearted." Well, I
Alright.
see the guys. They've got all their stuff pretty much picked up now.
Yeah, Jeremy was working on it.
So
It's best to pretty much stay out of his
I
way.
don't like that chat box.
Yeah, because we all have, here, give me a hug. Yeah.
Thank you.
She
Yeah,
stinks, I
you're
told you.
welcome.
I do, I stink.
That's all right, so do I.
Thank you.
Now I smell like vanilla.
Yes, you do. Thank you, thank you. I will, we're gonna
You guys enjoy your night.
try to pick a date for next year.
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, and I'll see if I can't weasel a little bit of pricing. Things went up this year,
Yeah, oh yeah.
you know, and nothing
Every year.
really changed for us, you
Yeah.
know, so.
Every year, things go up.
And I was glad that Brenda sent you that
Yeah.
adjustment,
Yeah.
because that saved you a little bit and not a lot.
I was like, wait.
Yeah, so that worked out well.
So I figured out my
Helped
mouth
you out,
sucked.
so.
And I just,
All
It's
right,
freezing.
I'll be in touch.
Yes.
Freezing? Are you kidding me? I'm still,
Oh, I got really cold. I'm tired.
yeah, okay. Well, all right, ladies,
You
have a
be in
safe
touch.
drive home.
Yes, sir.
And I'll be in touch and yeah,
Yes.
who knows? I might end up down there in Nevada.
Well, you end up in Utah.
Yeah.
or you end up in Greeley.
Greeley, yeah.
Lisa.
Yeah. My son used to live in Greeley, actually.
Really?
Yeah. He lived out by, gosh, I keep saying Kearney, Nebraska, but Kearney, right? Kearney, yeah.
I love it.
But he lived out far enough you didn't have to smell the cows so much when the wind blew. You still smelled them occasionally, but
They smell a lot.
Yeah,
I love that jam.
yeah.
Good night.
They always said it's the smell of money. I never got it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. See you guys. All right, there you have it. Quite a chatty night for me, I'm telling you what. So let's see who we got still. Some of you night owls are still with us. Of course, it's only like not even 1 o'clock yet. But I'm ready. I'm ready to go to bed myself. Look at that hair, isn't that sexy? I really need a haircut bad. Tried the last 2 weeks. Not real hard, but I made several stops. And I hate appointments, but I don't think I'm gonna have to make an appointment to get my hair cut. Because the walk-in thing just ain't cutting it, and my hair just gets longer and longer. Which I had long hair when I was a kid, but I don't want to be that old man with a ponytail, you know. Hey, Misty, you're still here. All right, cool. Yeah, I got your photograph here. That's cool. Looked like you guys had fun at the concert. Probably not as bad once you got there as you were thinking. Yeah, 2 beautiful women sitting there with a cruise light. Nice. So I've talked to some pretty interesting people tonight. A lot of interesting stories. Those 2 guys, Nick and Jeremy. I enjoyed the hell out of talking to them. You're fading. I bet you are. But you know where to find me tomorrow if you all wake up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. Give me a holler. I'll be around. Probably won't be up till afternoon, but that's kind of par for me anyways. You missed it, Sir X. Misty did the same thing with Jan here while I was interviewing Jan. Misty played the jump scare too and got Jan pretty good. That was fun. And the timing was perfect, Misty. I was laughing. That was pretty good, but Sir X kept getting poor Nick like every single time. In fact, he would tell Nick he's about to play it, and he'd play it, and sure enough, Nick would jump anyways. Rico, you're welcome, and thanks for stopping in. I always appreciate seeing your support, hanging out with me. It was a fun night tonight, and boy, I've been going since I signed on. It's been nonstop all night long. And things are going really well here. I am getting that other camera for Abigail's room, a new camera that actually is a lot cleaner and sharper and whatnot, and I want to get a little wider angle. This one is just kind of focused right in here instead of talking about it. Look at here. Oh, I'm on the wrong cam here. There we go. Yeah, so it's not getting the whole room. So I'm gonna get another camera that takes us back a little bit further and catches more of the whole room. So I'll get that, and it'll be sharp and clean. You'll actually be able to see that that's a Raggedy Ann doll and whatnot. But this was the camera that I had, and so I used it for this weekend, but I'll get another one probably, hopefully in the next week or so. I'll order one in, and we'll try it out up on that Abigail's room. So now that's a cool addition. I don't know why I didn't do it sooner. I've always thought about it, but today I took the initiative and actually switched it out. I was feeling pretty good, and the stairs weren't bothering me too bad. It wasn't the stairs, but the ramp, because I knew there would be a lot of up and down, up and down, up and down, and there was. Took me almost 2 hours to move the cable from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor, and then wire up this room, but I got her done. And now it's just a matter of swapping out the camera, which is unplugging 2 wires, connecting them back up, screwing the camera back in, and it's done. So I'll get that new cam in when I can. I see the guys are downstairs now. Let's see here. Let's go to this monitor. And that's Nick there. I don't know if they're wrapped up yet or not, if they got everything out of the library. I guess we could see. He's probably going to go back in here through here. And then I'll have to go down and shut off all the lights in the basement. And let's see, how many, is that light still on in the basement? Yeah, so I'll have to go down here and shut off that light. That smoke, that fog is still in that hallway. It's finally starting to dissipate somewhat, but it's still there. So I'll have to go down and shut off those lights. And it's kind of odd, because I'm not sure what's creating that, if that's the IR light. And it's not blinking now, which is odd. Oh, because it switched over to daytime. It thinks it's daytime, so it switched the camera. So that's good, but I'll have to go turn off that light. I'll have to check the rest of the rooms. I'll have to turn on the lights in the sacristy hallway. Down this hallway here, turn on the security lights. At any rate, grab the trash and get the hell out of here. They got a wedding here tomorrow. That's what all this junk is stacked up here. That's, I don't know, the little arch they're gonna get married underneath, and there's a bunch of flowers on the inside of that and stuff. So the florist dropped that off today, and then all the stuff down here for the wedding tomorrow, down in the courtyard between us and Thorn Hall. That starts early in the morning. All right. I don't know if everybody has left the building, anybody's in the building. Let's go to the library, see if anybody's in there. I don't see anybody. Oh yeah, I see movement over here. Yep, okay. So they are still picking up. But that's just about a wrap, guys. That's just, yeah, I need Alexa to shut off the basement lights. All right. So anyways, I think I'm going to call it 2, guys. I'm going to head on to start shutting everything down, get things ready, get the trash moved up to the front door, and call it an investigation. Very fun night. Learned a lot of stuff tonight, and look forward. Feel like I made some new friends and stuff, new connections, which is always good as I travel across the United States and do my road trips and whatnot. It's people like this that I meet that say, hey, come out and visit me in such and such, and I'll take you to all the places once you get here. So I think I have a Illinois-Indiana connection, and now it sounds like for right now, somebody, if I get down into Utah, I can get into the Nevada area, which will take me into New Mexico and Arizona, and then I can kind of come back into, ultimately by the time winter really sets in, I could be down in the deep in the heart of Texas, and then move myself on into Louisiana, Mississippi, and possibly down on the Gulf Coast and hang out there. We'll see. I don't know. You never know what happens. And then I might get bored and say, screw it, I'm coming back to the Abbey. The Abbey will always be open to me, so it's kind of like my lifesaver if I get to feel like I need, excuse me, I'm trying to yawn. I feel like I need to get back to Colorado. I've always got here to come back to, which is nice. That's good to know. But it's also nice to know that I've got all these, options. And I managed to save a whole lot of money while I've been here. So I've got enough to make up for all the, I hate spending it on gas, but if you don't drive all the time and you break up your trips, once you get to your location or your general area, spend a couple of days here and go 15 miles up the road or 30 miles up the road, spend a week or 2 weeks there and move another 15, 30 miles up the road. Before you know it, you've come to the end of the month. You've only visited about 6 or 8 different places, and you haven't even traveled, 200 miles. That's the way you got to travel in an RV. But in those 200 miles, you got to choose where you want to sleep and where you're going to stay and what you want to see and what you want to do. And I love that. I love that. Yeah, did you see SoCal's, did he drop in tonight? I thought I saw him for a brief second. But did you see his photographs when he was down in New Mexico? Boy, he was down in some really beautiful places. And I would like to get down there. And I would probably check with him and find out exactly where he was. Because some of them were very, very cool. All right, I see him in the hallway there. They're going out the back door or no? Right at the bottom of the stairs here. I didn't want that one. I wish this would just automatically clean up these screens. Why do I have to go to mainstream every single time to reset these cameras so that they're not fuzzy? But it's just the way you have to do it. So I saw him here a second ago, and then I don't know if that door's open or not. Okay, I see, looks like probably Jeremy. Yeah, he's still gathering his stuff. They're driving back to Illinois and Indiana. First thing in the morning. That's another thing too. Misty, are you still here? Unfortunately for the people that are staying at the sister's house tonight, they have to be out of the building, out of the sister's house by 11 a.m. in the morning because housekeeping is coming in to turn the, they have to change all the bedding and whatnot and have the sister's house ready again by 5 o'clock for the wedding party that's going to stay in there tomorrow night. And so I feel sorry for the housekeeping because they got 3 hours to clean the entire sister's house and have it ready for that group to come in at 5 o'clock. So it's getting turned right away. I've also got an RV park next to me, a trailer that pulled in today. which doesn't affect me. My hours are different than everybody else's. So while they're enjoying the daytime, I'm sleeping. And when they're sleeping, I'm in here. But the place is hopping right now. It's a very, very busy weekend. And then next weekend, we have the investigation with Jim. And then also the alumni are coming in next week. And by the way, Misty, if you can come up during Saturday, the alumni actually meet in the library for a meet and greet. And you can actually meet the people here and interview them from their days that they went to school here or taught here, depending on whatever their position was with the Abbey. But I guess we have the class of I was told today, 1968, 1972, 76, 81, and I think she said 86. I'm not real sure. But you can bet I'm going to be in there next Saturday picking some brains, trying to hear the good, bad, whatever stories that some of them want to spill the beans about. I want to be a part of that. So I'll be in here next Saturday trying to catch some interviews with those guys. That would be cool, because that's where I get the stories that nobody else knows, and and also be able to confirm some of the stories that I've heard. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to Alumni Week. That's next weekend. Misty, I know you're tired. Go to bed. Go to bed. If you can make it, great. If you can call me tomorrow, that's awesome. I love you, kiddo. And you too, Sir X. Even you, Rico, I love you all. Thanks for stopping in, hanging out with me tonight. It was a lot of fun, and I'm calling it. I'm gonna go turn out the lights and do what I need to do, and I'm getting out of here. So hopefully in the next half an hour, 45 minutes, I'll be home. I won't go to bed, but I'll be home, hanging out. So love you all. Good night, and I, as always, will see you when I see you. Good night, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.